executive editor, the American prospect, and co-host the Organized Money podcast, David Dayen, will be with us. Look back on this week that was. Look forward for the weeks to come. Meanwhile, Canada and China strike a historic trade deal on EVs, canola, and more. So tired of the winning. Trump's approval rating in the toilet, ICE's approval swirling around with it. Meanwhile, Trump floats Insurrection Act and cancellation of elections in response to Minnesotans protecting their communities. Government shutdown 2 weeks away. The Congressional Progressive Caucus backs a bill to redirect ICE money to affordable housing. France, latest European power, to warn the U.S., don't try and take over Greenland. Day 5 of historic nursing strike in New York City. Federal appeals panel reverses and requires Mahmoud Khalil to continue deportation challenges in federal court. El Paso, a medical examiner recording shows a homicide committed in an ICE facility. Nobel Peace Prize winning wannabe Maduro successor Maria Machado gives her medal to Trump.
Give me that.
Leaked chat of New Hampshire Republican elected officials show
Factor meals deliver pro-level nutrition with chef-crafted flavors that make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Vistaprint prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for joining us. It is
Casual Friday. Casual
Friday, indeed. And here we are for another Casual Friday. And of course, you know, it's sort of like a pick'em today. We don't know. Over the weekend, folks have a long weekend because the celebration of Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And we could come back on Monday, and it could be we've bombed Iran, or it could be we have taken over Greenland, or it could be the Insurrection Act and the military is engaged, and the military is in Minneapolis. Or really, it could be anything else.
You know what?
Or two of the above.
It could be all three, two or three.
You know what they say. The Trump administration, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know which like hypodermic needle you're going to bite into, or whatever people fearmonger about is going to be in Halloween candy. That's what they're about.
The saying was pithier.
Tuesday.
The saying was pithier in Forrest Gump's movie, I should say, than. But yes, the point being, who knows? Well, I guess we'll see. In the meantime, yesterday, you guys played that clip of the woman who was arrested, a U.S. citizen who was arrested, and sort of spoke at a press conference as to her experience when they were arrested and conversations she had with ICE, where they were almost surprised that she was not some type of crazy.
Right. We didn't hit on that angle as much as, it's a good point to bring that up, because there was, we played two clips of people recounting their interactions with ICE. One was an indigenous man and his relative, and I think it was his mother or his aunt, and she was saying that when she told ICE that she was Native American, they said, "You're next." And then that other clip we played was them also saying, talking about Renee Good as a lesbian, and that's what she was getting. And it underscores what the ideology of these guys are.
Well, they definitely, I think, look at anyone who is not white as being lesser, an animal, whatever it is.
And deserving
And I do
of
think
death.
that they look at the white people who are out protecting their communities as being literally crazy and lunatics. And there seems
Life
to
advice,
be,
brother. You need to make some
I guess this shouldn't be
business, get
surprising.
rich.
But this is how, for lack of a better word, evil, horrible people operate. They definitely think that they are in the right, and it creates there's a dissonance with the rest of us. Here's Tom Homan, for instance, on, or I should say, let's start with this. Here's a Frontline TPUSA. This is supposed to expose the horribleness on the left, that in the way that they're reacting to ICE coming in and brutalizing. I mean, just in the past 3 days, they've shot somebody in the leg. They've, this is in the wake of killing someone. They've sent babies to the hospital because they've tear gassed and flashbanged a family just trying to get out of the neighborhood because of all the sort of battles that were going on. And apparently, TPUSA thinks this is, when people see this, they're really going to, in some way, feel sympathy with the ICE folks.
So for the podcast audience, you'll see a car with the trunk open. Turn down slightly. Yeah. You see a car with the trunk open pouring water out onto the roadway.
In front of the ICE facility.
In front of the ICE. So basically knowing it's freezing and knowing that they're creating more ice for ICE to slip on, which is genius.
And let's be clear. It's a 2-foot swath. I think
More symbolic, I think. Than anything.
Yeah.
Two handfuls of sand would probably take care of it. In terms of vehicles that are going over, even then, you're not going to get 4 tires on that thing at any given time. But they're posting it like it's anything other than, wow, that is one of the most sort of reasonable responses to this that you could get.
Left-wing terrorism using Mother Nature and freezing temperatures as their weapons, while we have guns that we're pointing at you and
That's
shooting
the rebellion.
You're not allowed to look at the weather.
Rebellion uses nature,
And
hence the
here
Ewoks.
is Tom Homan on with, he's on Fox News, of course, with Laura Ingraham, who, Laura Ingraham, this is the...
Speaking of fascists,
I was gonna say, this is Laura Ingraham has literally had dreams about this moment we're living in.
Mm-hmm.
It's been almost like the culmination of her life's work.
She even tries to smile.
But here is Tom Homan.
She tries to smile.
with I think a really fundamental misunderstanding of who the people are who are getting out there and how the community is reacting to what ICE is doing.
This job and these people who want to say follow ICE, and film ICE, you can protest. They have that right. But when you cross the line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing,
pause it for 1 second. I'm sorry. I can't get through this clip without saying
I mean, look, the girly references in My Fair Lady where she has to have the marbles in her mouth, but it's also an old lady reference, and I've got a lot of those too.
All right, let's go back. Go back a little bit.
Take it back 10 seconds and run it back.
They have that right. But when you cross that line, and we've proven it, if you interfere or impede or assault an ICE officer, you will be prosecuted. And one thing I'm pushing for right now, Laura,
He's just drunk all the time.
Those people that are interference, impeding, and assault, we're going to make them famous. We're going to put their face on TV. We're going to let their employers in their neighborhoods, in their schools, know who these people are. Because as you said, a lot of these people, they say they're taking time off work to protest. I bet you a lot of them are calling in sick. I bet you a lot of their employers don't know what they're doing. But we're going to make sure everybody knows who they are.
We're going to make sure.
They want to broadcast the ICE officer that was nearly killed all over the internet. We're going to broadcast every one of these people we arrest.
Is he drunk? He's drunk.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing. And in a second, a heartbeat, I do a 50-50 trade here. Every person that you broadcast, we get one ICE guy goes down with his mask. I mean, they're all wearing masks, and yet all the protesters are out there without masks, but for they're protecting themselves from tear gas. They don't seem to understand that these people that they broadcast, they're going to get right-wing hate, but their employers are they're going to be employees of the month. They're going to get the community is going to be, he's going to create heroes.
Yeah, we hear about the names of these people all the time. Like, for instance, when they're blinded by a pepper ball to the eye, and we support them and think what they're doing is heroic. Will Stancil, has completely redeemed himself in the eyes of us dirtbag leftists by following along these ICE brigades and publicizing their whereabouts. It's good to be known for doing this.
And I think that this shows, though, the fact that he says the database thing, right? We always talk about what they're projecting and what resonates and what lands a blow. And to me, it seems like they're concerned about what we're hearing. Tim Walz's statement was weak and insufficient, but what I did like was the fact that they are trying to set up these databases
Tim Walz was
and
fucking
massively calling on the population there to record this and set this up for future prosecution. This should be what every state is doing.
It should be the police recording, not
baseline.
Fucking citizens.
Because
tell the police to go out there and
do.
record these
they're
faces.
They're going to go into Maine in a week or two. They're already showing a presence in Massachusetts, and the question is which one of our citizens are they going to come in and murder? They talk about Tren de Aragua, traveling from Venezuela to kill everybody. I mean, these ICE gangs are roving through the country and basically doing some sort of band tour, and the over-under is how many citizens are they going to permanently maim or kill, make a poly-market bet on it when they arrive in your town for a little show.
We can we'll so much money, but we're gonna try and contract for some of the. Let me put it this way: that at one point, probably in 2 or 3 years, I'll be sitting on the board of one of these tech companies that we tasked with building the base.
It's like if Daffy Duck drank a fifth of vodka.
I just drank a fifth of vodka. Damn it, he drive
his head in Fat Albert.
Oh, in Fat Albert, yeah.
Oh my God, a Fat Albert reference.
Yeah, it's been a while, folks.
I tap out on that one, guys.
Sorry, guys.
Was there a remake when we were younger?
Yes, there was.
Okay, I saw that one. Sorry.
All right. In a moment, we're going to be talking to David Dayen, executive editor of the American Prospect, co-host of the Organized Money podcast. First, a couple of words from our sponsors. Our friends up in Vermont at sunsetlakesabadee.com have just released a fresh crop of their sun-grown hemp flower, and they're making the occasion. They're marking the occasion with a special deal. Right now, you can save 30% on their Hawaiian Haze and Cherry Abacus hemp flower and pre-rolls. Hawaiian Haze is a sativa cultivar, really popular with folks who want to stay focused during the day and work on a creative project or just take the edge off without getting slowed down. Cherry Abacus, on the other hand, goes in the other direction. It's an indica cultivar. It's much more about winding down, relaxing with a book, or easing into bed at the end of the day. And this deal also applies to Sunset Lake Sabadee's vape cartridges, which are ideal for situations that require a little more discretion. If you want to check out their new crop, head over to sunsetlakesabadee.com. Use the code NEWFLOWER, all one word, NEWFLOWER, to get 30% off their new crop of hemp flower and vape carts. I'm not gonna lie, I've been hitting these pre-rolls a little bit harder these days. Also helps with dry January, although I have to also admit that it has not been dry January for me. But the good news is they don't use pesticides when they grow this stuff. They use integrated pest management. They have great farming practices. They have great business practices. They're movement partners. They've donated tens of thousands of dollars to things like strike relief funds, and carceral reform, and Planned Parenthood, and immigration resettlement, and I mean, just on and on. Just an all-around great
on and
company,
on and on,
great
man.
product. You're going to enjoy this. If you've never tried a pre-roll or any of their flour, you should check it out. Code again is new flour at sunsetlakesabade.com. Sale runs through January 18th. You got 2 more nights, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. As always, see the site for full terms and conditions. Also, sponsoring the program today. Well, incidentally, we'll put that link in the podcast and the YouTube descriptions. Also sponsoring the program today. A huge time saver, but also like guilt saver, and also like just tasty. You have a new year. You're a little stressed out, maybe. Maybe you just don't like to cook. Maybe you don't have time to cook. You want to eat better. Maybe you want your kid to have like a taste like a home cooked meal. That is my case. Well, 2 minutes, real food, and done because of Factor. Factor knows you're motivated to eat better, and they take care of the reason you don't. Honestly, like I never understood a microwave until we got Factor. You order it the week before, comes on a Tuesday, at least it does for me, and 3 or 4 meals for the week, times 2 in my instance, and Saul and I are eating well, and it takes so little time. No cleanup. We're into like shredded like chicken and shredded beef lately. We had like a shredded chicken with corn, and it was like some type of like garlic sauce over the broccoli. He eats it. He loves it. I had a shredded like beef with like it's sort of like a mash, like a I don't know, like a beef hash. I don't know how to describe it, but it was delicious. Had little tiny onions and carrots and broccoli, and like a Jamaican spiced like salmon and shrimp. We're big shrimp eaters in my house. Go to factormeals.com/majority50 off. That's number 50 off, and use the code majority50 off to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for a year. I want to thank Factor for supporting the Majority Report. Factor meals are full of quality in functional ingredients. They have lean proteins, colorful vegetables, whole food ingredients, and healthy fats. All that goodness leaves no room for refined sugars, artificial sweeteners, or refined seed oils. Factor meals, you can choose high protein, you can choose calorie smart, Mediterranean diet, GLP-1 support, and ready-to-eat salads. Factor is made by chefs, designed by dietitians, and delivered to your door. Factor meals are always fresh. They are never frozen. You stick them right in your fridge, and then you just pop them out next day, that night, 2 days, 3 days. They are ready in about 2 minutes. Head to factormeals.com/majority50 off and use code majority50 off, 50 off, to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for a year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor. We'll put this in the podcast and YouTube description. Quick break. We come back. David Dane, executive editor of the American Prospect and co-host of the Organized Money podcast.
We're not gonna get another fusion anyways. Oh shit, we are. Well, in that case.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Joining us now, David Dayen, executive editor of the American Prospect, co-host of the Organized Money podcast. David, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start with the piece that you just wrote. I guess it was, I don't know, in the last day or so. Maybe it was today. What a people-powered movement looks like in terms of what's going on in Minnesota. Minnesota, feels like they were ready for this in many respects in Minneapolis. I mean, I don't think they were necessarily ready for people to be shot within days of ICE's arrival. And I don't know if we've seen this level of
terrorism.
Of an invasion, right? We're over 2,000 ICE agents for a city of maybe 400,000. It's pretty dramatic. And you made the point in your piece that, this is what it's going to take. It's going to take people responding as opposed to politicians.
Yeah, I don't think we should really expect politicians to know how to respond to this kind of occupation. Historically, I sort of related it to the civil rights movement, where you saw people, have to move the politicians to act rather than the politicians being out in front of the parade.
And what should the expectations be at this point? I mean, we're 2 weeks away from a government shutdown or potential one. Not if Schumer and Jeffries have really expressed the desire to avoid one, but to the extent that there's any leverage, that sort of feels like it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance of a government shutdown. The difference would be whether they, sorry about this, whether they move to do a full year funding of the Department of Homeland Security or just a continuing resolution on funding for the year, which, wouldn't have any changes from the fiscal year 2025. That's a real non-distinction for anyone who doesn't understand Washington. The reality is, in the last shutdown, ICE's operations didn't change. They continued to, and they continued to work even with the ICE agents getting paid, because there was money in the Big Beautiful Bill that was dedicated to removal and enforcement, and there was no way for Congress to really do anything about that. So the idea that a stand, first of all, they've written out the idea that a stand could be taken over DHS funding. The thing that they've retreated to is sort of not even a real distinction. And even if they did, ICE would continue to operate and its people would be paid.
Can you give people a sense? Well, I just want to know who the players are here, though. When you say they, just if you could, I know Chuck Schumer has essentially ruled it out, but who are the voices that are trying to maybe push them to adopt a stronger stance or hold DHS funding hostage in trying to rein in ICE?
Yeah, I've seen Chris Murphy talk about, in various places that he wouldn't give any money to, an unaccountable ICE. But, what would these accountability measures even mean? I'm not sure it would be a whole lot of anything. To me, it's easy to sit here and get frustrated about that, but I don't actually think it matters. I think that the accountability measures are being conducted by people with whistles and not politicians. And eventually, that will filter up. But it's just not the main area of the field of battle right now.
Is it, I mean, I would agree with that, and we'll pivot to that in a second. But what's the cost associated with, let's say, I mean, because as far as I can tell, and maybe you can walk us through this, the differences here. The House has already passed, I think, at least one funding bill that would deal with about a half a dozen agencies. EPA, I think.
The Senate passed that as well.
The Senate passed that well.
So we've got.
We need to get our money up. So then when I was getting my money up through my Wealthfront account, I told her she also has.
Oh, and they probably will after the Senate and House are on a week break next week. Because if there's a one-day holiday, they get the whole week off. That's how it works if you work in government. It's pretty good. So next week they'll come back. They'll do that other 3 bills.
Hopefully we can.
And the only thing at issue will be
make America great again.
The Department of Homeland Security, that particular appropriations bill that handles that.
But why not? Yeah. I mean, at that point, like, what's the cost associated for, the House or House Democrats or Senate Democrats to refuse to pass it?
I mean, what do you want me to tell you? They're not going to do it.
I know, but I'm just curious as to, like, what from their perspective, what's the cost?
But I mean, if you think about it, what's the benefit, right? I mean, okay, they say we're not going to pass Department of Homeland Security funding. And then ICE continues to go out on the streets. They have a ready reserve of $75 billion that was already passed by Congress last July. They can draw on for continuing enforcement and removal operations. So what's the benefit?
Well, the benefit is I could go out and say this incredibly unpopular agency that is out there responsible for shooting somebody in the face, and how whatever other atrocities, frankly, that it seems inevitable they're going to commit over the course of the next, 11 months. I can say we voted against funding this. They are, they have been, using slush funds to keep them afloat. But understand that what they're doing is fundamentally un-American. I mean, just put in the political rhetoric. It at least gives you some indication to the American public. We don't agree with what's going on here, as opposed to we decided to fund it.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't think that's going to sway anybody. If you look at this sort of in a results-oriented scenario, you probably have a bunch of senators saying, well, the result is either ICE continues or ICE continues. So why should I take a stand? I'm not saying that's my my take on it, but
I just don't understand what they think is the downside in that instance.
Right.
All right. So let's talk about what's going on in the streets. I mean, I guess this is a question we got to look for organizing to happening wherever ICE ends up showing up. What do you think the reaction is going to be with the media if, we start to see maybe more doxing of ICE officers? I know there's I've seen a video out now of folks who got a hold of documents in the one of the ICE vehicles where these ICE guys took off because they were surrounded by protesters. I mean, if I was to have an ask from a funding standpoint, or really anything, is to get rid of the masks, because then this practice of holding them accountable, at least socially, it'd be much more effective. I'm curious as to what kind of tactics you are anticipating as we go forward.
I mean, I guess just more of the same. So we've seen that while individual ICE agents have been willing to shoot or be brutal, I don't know if they're willing to shoot en masse if there are 50 people, 100 people, 200 people out there. And it seems to have had a definitive impact on the number and frequency of operations and whether or not they can be concluded. So I don't see really any differences. I think the goal, not just sort of the assumed goal, but the stated goal of the murder of Renee Good was to back everybody off. I mean, there have been multiple incidences of ICE agents saying, didn't you learn anything from what we did to that woman? And the only thing that's been learned is a greater determination to continue to get out there and throw sand in the gears. So ICE kind of sees this miscalculation. They were, hoping that what they were doing would lead to compliance, and it hasn't. And now they're kind of stuck.
Because they've set the bar for their behavior. What do you I'm occasionally I'm reading in some of this sort of like puck news headlines or Axios or whatever, that there is concern in the White House. Do you think that's the case? I mean, do you think they really we just played a clip of Tom Homan, who thought that he's going to make a database and promote the names of people who have been, protesting ICE. And from my perspective, it's like, you're just going to make a lot of people rich with GoFundMe's, they're going to be heroes. What's your sense about what's going on in there?
I don't know that I have a big sense of it. What I do know is that these operations have significantly degraded the popularity, the approval rating, not just of ICE, but of immigration operations by the president more generally. You mentioned Axios. The thing I saw that they came out with today is that the president himself and his staff are concerned that this doesn't look right. You remember that in 2020, one of the re-election talking points for the president was that if you elect Joe Biden, there would be mass chaos in the streets on a daily basis. This was at a time when there was mass chaos in the streets on a daily basis. And now, after his re-election, there's mass chaos in the streets on a daily basis. And at some level, he knows that looks bad on him, because ultimately, as the "I alone can fix it" guy, he is responsible for the attitude that is happening. And while there's sort of a popular belief that you have to assume that these guys are just unspeakably cruel and actually like it when there is this kind of unrest happening, that it can facilitate, whether it's the invocation of the Insurrection Act or some sort of military occupation or whatever. I think deeper down, they realize that this isn't the way to go.
And you mentioned the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act is important, right? Trump is continuously flirting with that idea. What do you think it takes for them to finally go full bore with the Insurrection Act? Because it feels like that's their big red button, and they know that the courts may throw some sand in their gears, but they're not exactly sure how it'll play out. It's just like that's their number one card to play, is my feeling about it.
Well, they, there was already a Supreme Court ruling that prevented them from federalizing the National Guard. That wasn't using the Insurrection Act. Of course, if they did, they could both either federalize the National Guard or use U.S. military troops on American soil. The last time it was used was in 1992 during the LA riots, after the Rodney King verdict. So you know, I think there's some sense out there that ruling by the court has forced them to take this extra step, or that in their minds they feel like they don't have any other recourse. But Trump has also threatened this like 4 or 5 times, and it hasn't actually happened. And I think it goes back to sort of how he rules by images on TV, and the image on TV of military rolling through an American city is as much as maybe his lizard brain wants that. I think he recognizes that that would bring us into a new level that would be even more unpopular.
And part of, I think, what enforces that perspective is what you wrote in his Music Man populism. I mean, he seems to be. It's sort of funny when Trump starts to roll out policies that there's no apparatus, or there's nobody else seems to be aware of what he's doing, but he starts to throw this stuff out because on some level it just sort of feels like nobody's going to believe it anymore. But he's come out with a new healthcare policy, which is essentially HSAs. He said he was going to cap credit card bills. What is this, like him panicking, and what's going on around him as he throws out these sort of these policy prescriptions, which, you know, in capping the credit card bill, it's been proposed before, it's been voted on, I think, in the Senate, and we haven't got it, but it seems like a decent idea. But nobody else around him seems to be even remotely interested. I think Hassett said that's more of a concept.
Yeah, maybe I should call it Wizard of Oz populism, because it's kind of a little man with a megaphone that has now been exposed to the world, who's making these pronouncements that nobody has any faith or belief in. So maybe it's that. But either way, it's the words of a con man. I mean, there is no chance that this Republican Congress is going to pass anything that would need legislative action, whether you're talking about, you know, capping credit card interest rates, or whether you're talking about, you know, banning corporate investors from purchasing homes. But even going a step further than that, everything that Trump has done in his first year in office has undermined every single one of these ideas. You know, the CFPB has been dismantled, and before they left, they reversed a ban on credit card late fees. The Discover Capital One merger that will almost certainly lower competition and increase credit card interest rates was waved through by Trump's antitrust regulators. There is. And you can go down the line with every single one of these proposals that he's made, and he's made many, that there's something on the other side. You know, another good one is he said that no defense contractor can give dividends or buybacks unless they start delivering stuff on time and on budget. And then literally hours later, he called for a 50% increase in the military budget to $1.5 trillion a year. And so it's just, yeah, you end up tuning it out because it's so ridiculous.
It sort of feels like someone should maybe just collect all those and put them on the agenda of whatever presidential candidate is running as a Democrat in 2028, because a lot of them at least sound pretty good in principle, it seems to me. Well, what's his theory? That if he just says it, that it's going to get him support? I mean, I just don't understand, like, how they think this is going to be helpful in any way.
Well, first of all, Trump's ruled by declaration for the first year of this term. And so, you know, it wouldn't be that big of a stretch for him to think that if I just say it, it becomes willed into being, that the institutions will line up and either voluntarily or in some other manner give him what he wants. That's how it's worked for several months now, or at least that's how he perceives it to have worked. But, you know, so, and the other thing is just sort of this belief in this stupidity of his own audience, that if he says something that they'll believe it's true, because he is the bigger megaphone. So I think it's a combination of that.
Let's talk to about something that's a little bit more cheery. New York City, and both you've written about Mamdani's more or less the first week. Also, a couple weeks ago, you noted that in terms of like his appointments, characterize his appointments in the context of like outside of New York City, because to me it feels like almost like a version of what the Center for American Progress tried to do in like 2004 in having like a Clinton administration in exile. It's almost as if like Mamdani is like keeping people in the game essentially for the future.
Right. I mean, I think you can look at it a couple different ways. So on the specifics, the deputy mayor for economic justice was a former cabinet member of Joe Biden. So that's the former acting labor secretary, Julie Su. And she joined the Mamdani administration. So that's going from the federal to the municipal level. Similarly, the head of the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, which is an agency in New York City, is now run by Sam Levine, who was the former head of the Bureau of Consumer Protection under Lena Khan. And of course, Khan was, on the transition team for Mamdani, and she may take an even broader role now that the transition is over. I don't think that's been fully decided yet. So one thing that you see, I think, yes, there's sort of a farm team that's hanging out in New York City, but also it's a recognition that this mayor, there's a lot invested in him in terms of the progressive movement, that they need him to succeed, and that they will supply him with the talent and thinking and creative activity that is needed to succeed. And to succeed not just in the political fights that are going to have to be taken. And he's, to his credit, already succeeded in one big one, getting Kathy Hochul to agree to an investment on the first 2 years of universal child care. Yeah, but also there's this desire that instead of sort of waiting for those political fights to bear fruit and sort of telling your constituents to be patient, there's this desire to get things done immediately, right away. And that is what the regulatory structures that are already in place using existing laws in the city of New York can do. And so in his first week or so, Levine has cited some delivery companies for shortchanging workers on tips, and he's even singled out one of them in particular. I don't remember the name. But the idea is to use what's already available so that there is sort of an immediate, tangible difference in terms of how people experience New York City.
Talk about the different layers in which this can impact, because we can have that direct impact on the material lives of New Yorkers. And like you say, they're using pre-existing authorities to do this first. I imagine there's going to be an attempt to expand that maybe as we go down the road. How much of what happens in New York City, I mean, for instance, how much of what happens in New York City can impact on a national level, either by example or by just simply the force of it being the hub of where finance is and where a lot of business travels through. For instance, California, they raise their cafe standards, and then the car companies just all end up setting those new standards anyways, because California is such a big market. How much of that exists, and then how much sort of the third potential impact would be on the political direction of the party, particularly in the wake this week of Warren coming out and sort of putting down some markers. Just give me your sense of those last two, like how much what happens in New York can actually like materially impact the rest of the country, or and politically how much of an impact it'll have.
I think the effect's more political than material. Every jurisdiction is kind of different, has different laws. I mean, New York happens to have this unconscionability law around deceptive business practices, and that's not really something that you can extend to the rest of the country. So I'm not sure about material, but politically, absolutely. I mean, I think that the idea here is that the left wing of the party scored this impressive victory politically, electorally, and now they have to show that they can govern. And I think everything that Mamdani has done to date has reflected that there is this real foregrounded sort of awareness that that has to be at the center of everything they do.
I mean, so far so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's early days, and we'll see how the business community reacts. And there hasn't been sort of any kind of stumble on other things that may sidetrack from this goal or series of goals, whether it's on policing or on other issues. But I think there's just a real desire to govern and and sort of rewrite the things that so kind of the good things that were done under the Biden administration, rewrite the way that those are presented to the public and articulated. I think that's another thing that they're looking to do.
What lastly, what did you make of Warren's speech, of the timing of it? I mean, it's a curious time to do this. Maybe it's geared towards the budget process, or what's your sense?
I didn't read it. I didn't see it.
Fair.
But and I think I'm not alone in the country in saying that. I was baffled by it. I don't think these factional fights matter anymore. I think a woman was killed in Minnesota, and that the order of the day is not where you're going to pitch your economic argument in 2028. I don't understand it.
Fair enough. David Dayen, always a pleasure. Folks can obviously encourage everybody, head over to The American Prospect, check out Organized Money. David Dayen, thanks so much for your time today, bud.
All right, thanks.
Thanks, David.
All right, folks. We're going to head into the fun half of the program. Had some real fun. It's Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Some fun.
Fun.
It's David Frum having fun.
I don't want to think about that. We could talk about another David Plouffe. I mean, I texted you that. I mentioned it briefly on the show yesterday, but that even David Plouffe, the Democratic strategist that pivoted Kamala Harris to the center, is writing in the New York Times that candidates should say they oppose Jeffries and Schumer as leader.
Hey guys, did you know that rents all across New York City right now are 25 to 40% off their peaks from last year? That's crazy. Even now, I'm standing in my new apartment where I'm saving almost $1,000 each month off rent. Now, as we know, New York City is going to recover, but what that means is that rents are also going to go all the way back up. That's why it's vital for you to secure your lease today while rents are still heavily discounted. Start your process today by heading to renthop.com and find your new apartment.
Tell me what it's meant for you and the impact that it's had on your life, both personally and professionally.
It helped me realize that I have a superpower. When you're young, you don't realize you have power. You have power to make a difference in your own life and in the lives of others. And for me, being athletic, being involved on a team, being involved with Colgate Women's Games, it motivated me in ways I never even imagined.
On Chris Hayes' program. Not weird. Yes. I don't know, or maybe it was just on Twitter. I can't remember exactly, but it was something to the effect of like prior to Harris's campaign back in the day where it was like, you did this.
Yeah.
But I think that might have been years and years ago. Anyways, folks, it's your support that makes the show possible. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only get the free show free of commercials, you also get the fun half. Also, justcoffee.coop, fair trade coffee, hot chocolate. Use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. Matt, what's happening in the Matt Leck Media universe?
Yeah, this morning, a brand new Jacobin show with Neela Tabrizi and Jean Bajalan. We covered one of the possible outcomes for this long weekend, which is another intervention in Iran. With Nilu and Gene, a longtime friend of the show. Gene talked about that, and Eugene Deb. So if you're not subscribed to Jacobin on YouTube, go subscribe and check out David and I's Jacobin show. Oh, I was also on the American Prestige podcast. Filling in for Danny Vester, who was under the weather, I believe, with strep throat. So feel better, Danny, and go check out me with Derek Davison.
Oh, that's a real Wally Pipp moment.
Can't recommend that podcast enough, by the way, even before Matt was on it. When we have big foreign policy stories breaking, that's my listen on the subway into the show, just to make sure I have my I's dotted and my T's crossed.
Very smart show.
Yep.
No one's going to even react to the Wally Pipp thing?
I'm Googling Wally Pipp.
I'm
seeing a lot of black and white photos, and 1893 he was born, so yeah.
Would you prefer that we age you, or would you prefer that we just move on?
I was not alive in the 1800s. Brian, I'm sure that you're aware of. Wally Pipp was a first baseman for the Yankees. He got sick, and then Lou Gehrig took his
first doctor.
Indeed
he does.
His position for that day, and then Wally Pipp was done. That's all I was saying.
Never missed a game until he retired.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think that's what's going to happen on American Prestige.
Well, that was the joke.
Wow. Matt, the Iron Man Leck.
I do want to read this. Pablo Torre reporting that Senate Dems are reportedly offering ICE funding increases in exchange for body cams and de-escalation training for agents. I don't know if they mean by funding increases, or they mean just literally the funding. Unclear if no mask requiring ID badges and no immunity is on the table.
Get in the streets, folks.
Oh, without a doubt. But it would be nice to think that at least somebody's going to take some political advantage of this. But we can talk more about this.
Dan's probably right. I mean,
in the fun half. We will.
Oh, Jesus.
All right. We'll see you in the fun house. Maybe we'll take. I guess he had a nice career with the Cardinals after being replaced. Well. Birthday, but the day that we celebrate his birthday, we will have our traditional compilation of MLK speeches, interviews, reactions to his assassination. So if you're listening to the live show, we will see you. We will be back live on Tuesday. But right now, we're going to be live in the fun half.
Also, it actually is his birthday this year.
Oh, it is?
Oh.
I'm looking it up. It says January 19th.
Oh.
Well, that's Google, so...
Nope, Google's wrong.
Oh.
That's wrong. Google's wrong.
Well, AI will be 1,000% better in just 3 months, so it'll have the right birthday for Martin Luther King.
I killed like 4 trout to get some bad information.
3 months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, and I don't think it's going to be the same as it looks like in 6 months from now, and I don't know if it's necessarily going to be better 6 months from now than it is 3 months from now. But I think around 18 months out, we're going to look back and go like, wow. What? What is that going on? It's nice. Wait a second. Hold on for a second. Emma, welcome to the program.
Hey.
Matt!
What is up, everyone?
Nomi Key.
You did it!
Let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Bradley, you want to say hello?
Sorry to disappoint everyone. I'm just a random guy.
It's all the boys today.
Fundamentally false.
No, I'm sorry. Women's.
Stop talking for a second and let me finish.
Where is this coming from, dude?
But dude, you want to smoke this 7-8?
Yes.
Hi, me? Is it?
Yes.
Is this me?
Is it me?
It is you.
Is this me? Hello? Is this me?
I think it is you. Who is you? No sound. Every single freaking day. What's on your mind?
Sports. We can discuss free markets and we can discuss capitalism.
I'm gonna go throw up.
Libertarians. They're so stupid, though. Common sense says, of course.
Gobbledygook.
We fucking nailed him!
So what's 79 plus 21?
Challenge Matt.
I'm positively quivering.
I believe 96, I want to say. 857-210-35 501 1 half. 3 8s.
9/11, for instance.
$3,400, $1,900.
5 4 $3 trillion sold. It's a zero-sum game.
Actually, you're making me think less of it.
But let me say this. Poop.
You can call it satire. Sam goes to satire.
On top of it all,
Yeah.
my favorite part about you is just like every day, all day, like
Yeah.
everything you do.
Without a doubt. Hey, buddy, we see you. All right, folks.
It's just the weak being weeded out, obviously.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out. I don't know.
But you should know.
People just don't like to entertain ideas anymore.
I have a question. Who cares?
Our chat is enabled, folks.
I love it.
I do love that.
Look, gotta jump. Gotta be quick. I gotta jump.
I'm losing it, bro.
2 o'clock. We're already late, and the guy's being a dick. So screw him. Sent to a gulag?
Outrageous.
Like, what is wrong with you?
Love you, bye.
Love you. Bye-bye. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. We are taking your IMs, of course. Same fun half song as always. Okay, I guess. Man, what is going on with people today?
You guys are lucky I remembered to even play a song.
Yeah. The mill rind. Sam, whenever you reference Homan, you need to go into your Sylvester the Cat voice. Fair. Mark suggests that politics is material, says Milram. Dimpraya. Sam, button the shirt, bro. You're getting me worked up over here.
Jesus
You're gonna get
Christ.
hired on Actual Friends.
Yeah, they need a replacement.
I'll be lying down.
I think there's some legal issues with one of the contributors.
Let's go to the real wide shot so he can get me like laying down on my desk.
Sam's got the covers up to his chin. Like, hey guys.
Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss?
Somebody commented on chat Sam having his button unbuttoned, and Sam said he's going to fill in for Russell Brand on Best of Friends or whatever it's called.
Sorry, I'm a little late. I spilled water everywhere, all over the desk. So
All over the
it's-
electronic stuff.
I barely missed the electronics, but it's that one of those days.
Hogtown. I think he's more of a Pete Puma than Elmer Fudd. Tom Cotton's Blood. Sam, I think this is more of your generation. Didn't Fat Albert and Friends have a character named Mushmouth?
Yes.
I think I can't remember.
Mushmouth
what
is the hat guy.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
one you said. Yeah, that
Okay.
is-
Yeah. Reese from Tacoma. Sam's Tom Homan impression has really changed the game for me. I think it's the most accurate way to represent the rot from inside his soul that is trying to seep out of his mouth. There you go. This clip from a couple of days ago in Minneapolis. It may be the case that the folks in the White House, although I'm not convinced of this, or at least not unanimous in enjoying to see this chaos and this stuff on the streets. Certainly,
build a website you love with Wix. For your words,
to enjoy it.
Sorry, I had the kids walking out ready. Here's the...
Nope. 5C.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you
Stay
see
back.
me in the way? I am bad.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
I love my job. Thank you.
You love your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get $200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school, and I make $200K.
People regard me as someone valuable in society. What about you? Is yours prestige? No, it doesn't come. Come out and report if you can.
That guy's pretty excited about his job. He gets to hunt people down, and he'd do it for free. He'd do it if he didn't pay him.
I wonder if he has any affiliations to past groups that may have been in the news.
200K we're paying for that schmuck. I mean, I don't really believe him. I bet it's over 100K to sit around a parking lot in a balaclava.
But I did enjoy were your parents present. That seemed to kind of get under his skin. But yeah, I make a lot of money.
All these guys are basically the products of failed parenting.
Aren't they making a lot of money from the government, sucking off the government's teat? I've heard from Marjorie Taylor Greene, among others, that
Isn't
this
that the
isn't a
problem that
real
we supposedly?
job.
Isn't that the problem that we supposedly have with immigrants?
Right.
We
Right.
just simply decided to give the money to the worst element of our society. People in Minnesota are pushing back big time. Here are students. These are high school students. This was, I guess, on Wednesday. Do we know what high school this was? Is this the same high school that...
I think this is just students in general, from what I read.
Okay, let's watch. This is inspiring.
From Brendan Gutenschwager, a BG on the scene. Man,
That's a lot of students. That is a lot of students. That is not one high school. Wow. Wow.
Good for those kids.
Yep.
I would have been the guy with the anarcho-syndicalist flag in high school. I would have been that guy.
Let's throw some rocks.
This was also good to see. This happened about 3 days ago in Rectangle Pizza. I mean, this is the thing. It's like, you got Tom Homan and these people saying, like, these are the type of people we're going to put on television. We're going to show their faces, and their bosses are not going to like it. Rectangle Pizza, you probably can't even get a pizza from there right now. They're so busy.
Yeah,
in the
they're
wake
not
of
the-
this.
They're not the one wearing masks.
This video shows several men exit an SUV outside Rectangle Pizza in South Minneapolis. This video shows several men exit an SUV outside Rectangle Pizza in South Minneapolis.
And they stormed up on our door to try to get in.
But Rectangle Pizza co-owner Brianna Evans says employees and community members chased off those ICE agents after they tried to enter her restaurant Monday afternoon. Video appears to show those agents leaving, but not before deploying chemical agents, which were kicked right back.
They don't belong here. They're not this community. They're not what we believe in. We support and love each other, and you can see from that video exactly what happens when they try to with us.
Hell yeah.
I mean, Tom Homan wants
We're
to
gonna make her famous.
put her in a database.
Yeah.
Like what? Like how?
medals?
Like how many? How many like a gift muffin baskets are going to be sent to that location? People are going to be ordering. They're not going to be able to. They're going to run out of pizzas within a day.
Yeah, there was also footage. I saw a TikTok of a woman, and it had a music behind it, so it wasn't really worth it for us to play on the show. But loading up her grocery cart, filling it all the way up because she was delivering it to her neighbors who are too afraid to go outside. Like, we're looking for hope in these moments of darkness, but it's just really amazing to see how the community steps up in the face of this kind of thing. And Minneapolis is there will be books written about Minneapolis as the center of American history for the past 5+ years, from George Floyd to now. Like, what
Philander Castile before that.
So yeah, 10+ years. It really has been so central to American civil rights and justice movements right now in the United States. And I just think, like, the Minnesota community members, they have that memory of even the George Floyd protests too, and the community coming together. And in the end, Minneapolis did reform its police department in part. And so I think between the fact that it's so multicultural and was accepting of some parts of the state, of the Somali community that came in, and the fact that they were at the heart of the George Floyd protest movement, makes them at like the bullseye for the fascist Trump administration.
And the key thing to look to now that we probably should have mentioned earlier is January 23rd.
Imagine
faith, union,
deleting
community leaders calling for
Minority
economic
Report just to
blackout on
delete another
January
channel
23rd.
streaming
So
Minority
check into that if you're in Minneapolis and how to.
Unions are involved in this. Unions, activists, community
do you mean
leaders.
deleting?
They're all basically saying, "Stay home. Don't go to
I've
work.
been deleted?
Don't go to school. Don't go do any of that stuff." And here,
rearrange some stuff.
Frank, can we put this up on the screen too? This number
Absolutely.
one. This is I want to put this link up so that folks can see it. It is a mutual aid link tree.
Yep.
Where can people find it? Like, what's the website?
It's linktr.ee/MPLS mutual aid.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll put
if you
that
listen to
link
Sam Cedar
in,
here,
but
Trump's not going to make it to
MPLS
2027.
mutual aid, and then it's the link tree
He's
associated
a sick man
with that.
in more than
So
one way.
you have CARE Minnesota, Unidos Minnesota, Immigrant Movement Minnesota, other resources for people if they want to help. And if you're not in Minneapolis or you want to double dip, look for mutual
welcome.
aid organizations
Welcome,
in
James.
your own
Welcome,
community,
Evan.
and see if they need any resources
Welcome,
right
welcome,
now.
welcome.
Particularly
We are playing some
if you're
ball
in
pit,
Maine,
watching some
particularly
news.
if you're in Los
We're
Angeles,
gonna be checking out Vanguard
Massachusetts,
stuff, Anna Kasparian stuff.
We're going to be seeing
Hey,
more and more
Pinker, how
activity
you
in those
doing?
areas.
Welcome, welcome.
So IceRRT.com, the ICE Rapid Response Team. That link is always in the blogs.
I got one more run, and then I beat.
Phone should be good to go.
New Game
All right,
Plus
we're going to
Plus.
take some phone calls in a bit. What else? What do you want to get to here?
Let me take a look really quickly. Let's do
audio
we should
super
probably do
low.
7, or 8 if you want to do the breakdown of the footage that the Times got.
Yeah, the Times have put up another video. I mean, it doesn't. I guess it's. it feels like it's a little bit late, and it feels like, you know, all it does is make it clear what everybody else has seen. I don't know who needs to be convinced at this point. It's not like anybody on the right who have been pretending that this guy's life was under threat.
We don't need to play it. It's fine.
On some level, it's really more embarrassing for CBS. I mean, that's probably the only place where people still read the Times and have been trying to push this sort of like vague notion that this guy had internal bleeding because of the of being hit by the car. I mean,
ABC followed up that too. They reported the same thing with the same thin sourcing. So it's not just a Barry Weiss problem.
No, ABC is Disney, and Disney's
the internal
already
bleeding could have been like maybe he had a blister on his foot or something.
Well, it's internal, so you don't know. Well, then, we don't
You don't
play
pop
it.
the blister.
Yeah. Let's play something else then.
Indigestion.
Let's play number 7. Here is Caroline Levitt.
Thank you.
The
Thank you, Baker.
White House press secretary being asked a question that I guess has made them a little defensive in the White House.
Like the stream.
The
Subscribe
reporting
to the
was
channel. I just
think it
made
was
my
Axios, as, David
A$AP
Dayen,
Rocky
told us
video. Listen to his
Trump
new
and
album.
at least some in the White
First
House.
A$AP
I
Rocky
expect that's
album
more
I
like
ever listened
Susie Wiles than it is Stephen Miller. So I think from Stephen Miller's perspective, this is going very much according to plan, outside of like the calling of the Insurrection Act. But other people in the White House probably see like this is not headed in the right direction. I mean, the
How's the
polling
audio
is
now,
just
Pinker? A little better?
he is getting destroyed.
I was talking
on
quietly.
all of the issues that he was strong on before, including immigration, particularly in the context of ICE. To the extent that there's any sort of like debate or controversy as to where public sentiment it is like whether we should completely eliminate ICE or just shut down huge swaths of ICE.
Exactly.
That seems to be where like the state of play is, and it's not moving. I'll tell you, it is moving in the direction of just simply getting rid of it.
How you doing today?
Independents driving it too. Like the numbers that we see for Trump's score being higher than other perhaps past presidents is because it's a cult of personality within the Republican Party. But
Don't know
we
how
see
long
an increasing
I'll be
number
able
of
to stream
independent
today.
people not
Marginally,
identifying
yeah, maybe the last video I was
they
watching
are
was just
driving
really
in
loud.
part this like disastrous approval rating for him across
Fair
the
enough.
board.
YouTube's all
So
over the
now
place
you
with
understand
like
the
sometimes I'll watch
context
a
in which
channel
Carolyn Levitt,
and it's
sort
super
of
loud,
loses
and then I'll just click another video and it's quiet. Everyone's audio mixing isn't perfect.
ICE agents generally, and earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee.
No college offers a degree in lifelong resilience, but I earned that before I ever stepped
I saw
foot.
this clip.
Them doing everything correctly.
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my
Yeah.
opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed her unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases
Karen
but
Levitt.
fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Lake and Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal
That's like
aliens in
you
this
just
country.
named like
And the
two
brave
people.
men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous
How many people were
individuals
killed by
and make
guns?
our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist.
You're biased.
I mean, for Trump probably goes, "Oh, I love the way your lips move." Like that works for the base. That works for the base. I don't doubt that was because unfortunately that reporter played it wrong. I don't know why he responded and said what he thought that he saw. He should have said, "I'm the reporter asking you the question." You
Right.
can
It doesn't matter what
characterize
I
it.
think.
It doesn't matter what I think. He walked into her trap.
Pregnant? Is she
but
pregnant?
She's insufferable.
Is it JD Vance's?
And
He's also
Is it
not a
Trump's?
left-winger.
Of course not. But of course that's what they're gonna say. And then next question, Riley Gaines.
Is it time traveling Charlie Kirk? We're gonna watch that clip later.
Why isn't she at home with the baby?
Yeah, why do you have a career, Karen?
Tell her kids.
Shouldn't she be
Mommy
wearing
was there, right on the front lines of the fascism. Just in case my child asked me where I was when the fascism was
Take your
growing.
kid to Nuremberg Day.
I was right, exactly.
And she was a key plank in getting it elected with the whole men and women's girls sports bullshit.
Yeah.
Like that was a huge part of the coalition, sadly, with how brainless this fucking country.
Should we watch this third?
Is her
thing?
husband for real 60? Hey, dude.
Oh, okay, yeah.
She's 28.
You heard it here. Matt likes Newsom.
She looks 45. It's the hate,
Not
dude.
afraid
The
to
hate
have
gets you.
conversations.
Ralph Perry, welcome.
What is this guy?
Thank you for saying hi.
Like, what this guy's strategy
Indeed,
is.
vote blue.
He's trying to show maybe that
Welcome
he's
on in.
like brave enough to go on these shows. But
is he brave enough to come on ours?
Well, to be fair, we were pitched him many times over the past couple of years, and I was just not interested in promoting him at that time. Not so much in the past year, but back in the day.
Well, I'd be interested in holding a different, having a different kind of interview with him.
I mean, maybe we will do that. But here's Gavin Newsom on with Ben Shapiro.
Oh yeah, Gavin Newsom.
One was a narrative that was immediately
Hate
pushed
agent,
by the
yes,
Trump
it
administration and Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem that she was a domestic terrorist who was attempting to run over officers with her car and was legitimately trying, not just this officer, but multiple officers. That was the original statement. I said at the time, I thought that was untrue. And then your press office tweeted out that it was state-sponsored terrorism, which, I mean, Governor, I do have to ask you about that.
Yeah.
That sort of thing makes our politics work.
Yeah.
Fuck
him. Fuck Blue Trump.
Our politics work.
Fuck gruesome Newsom. Fuck this guy.
Just in the
Let him go be a podcaster. Let him join the Daily Wire. Fuck that fuck.
Because he was shot in the face with a pepper ball and then dragged along the wall. You have a father trying to get his kids out of the neighborhood because ICE is deploying tear gas and flashbangs, and his kid needs to go to the hospital, ends up because of what ICE has done. You have someone who has been shot in the face. You have someone who's been shot in the leg. You have ICE roaming around, going up to vehicles in parking lots because folks are black or brown and demanding to see their papers.
Ben's entire career, yes.
The idea that a press release,
but fuck him, dude.
Talking about
he's really on the outs.
This is what it is, right?
And this is the best he can do.
This is the whole agenda. They just shut down the San Francisco Immigration Court.
Yeah.
They don't want to process these people. They want to round them up, have no due process, no process.
Hey, good morning,
Mind,
Ghost
dude.
Dog. What up?
No process
Y'all have been lurking
whatsoever.
since
and just ship
the
them
first
out. It could
minute.
be
DMP
anybody
posted
they're
on
gonna
Blue
ship
Sky today. You're making me
We
work
have
today.
a few seconds of this left, and then I'll weigh
You're making
in.
me work
But
today.
there's just
Word,
so
I
many
feel you.
layers
Thank
of
you.
how
I appreciate
pathetic
you.
this is from Newsom.
Me
Governor,
too.
I do have to
Over
ask you
here
about
off screen.
That
Starting in
sort of
30
thing
minutes.
makes our politics work.
I'll be
It
back
does.
and forth.
And our ICE officers
But I
obviously
appreciate
are
you,
not
Ghost Dog.
terrorists.
Welcome on in,
A
bud.
tragic situation is not state-sponsored terrorism.
Pause it again. I'm sorry.
the
I
end.
know we want
That's
to try
the
to get
end.
through this. We're going to have to go through it again. I'm sorry. But are they obvious? Is it obvious they're not terrorists? We don't know who they are. We know for a fact that they hide their identities to the public, and we also now know that getting hired by ICE it's virtually impossible to not get
I'm going
prevented from
between
being
cold
hired
and
by
hot, man.
ICE.
I'm still
We have that
sick.
story from Slate.
It's all over
where
the place.
this woman, she applied for to ICE. They did none of the supposed background checks, none of the vetting, none of it.
Well, I object to the term terrorism more broadly, given what we have seen that term be used to to license, whether it be the genocide in Gaza, whether it be the crackdown on dissent here domestically. But can you just scroll up to the way that they caption this, the Daily Wire? Just the first line here. At Gavin Newsom walks back calling ICE operations state-sponsored terrorism. They're taking a victory lap at the Daily Wire. They really think that they got Gavin Newsom to look weak. And it's
this
exactly
is your
what
hero?
happened. Because right now Ben Shapiro
This
is
is
in the
your
midst
hero,
of
establishment
a,
Dems?
reclamation project for his
Someone
own
who gets
career.
fucking cucked by
repeatedly
Ben
going on
Shapiro?
CNN and other
In
mainstream
2026? Not
outlets
even
and
like
trying to water
2013,
down
Ben Shapiro.
what his politics have actually
Not height of his
represented,
powers.
as if they are
Decline of
as if
his
they are
powers.
distinguishable from Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, who he now dislikes because they have turned on the state of Israel. He had employed Candace Owens when she was saying the real problem with Hitler was that he was expansionist, and that if he had just kept his policies to Germany, that everything would be okay. So he doesn't have a problem with anti-Semitism, and everything else here is just window dressing for his brand. And he has effectively gotten to sit down with Governor Gavin Newsom, who the average person might think is just this crazy California liberal, and made him retreat from a position, making Shapiro look like the moderate. So
Crazy.
What Gavin Newsom is doing is not only making himself look weak, he is elevating right-wing ideas with the way that he is going on these programs. And that was all the way back to when he went on Charlie Kirk's show in the wake of the election before Charlie was killed.
Charlie Kirk on the first episode of his show.
Yep.
Yes. And so like I don't know exactly what Gavin Newsom thinks he's doing here, but he's not doing anything to benefit him, as we see the public opinion within the Democratic Party shift to eventually the majority opinion is going to be about abolishing this agency. All he is doing is giving credence to right-wing ideas, and this benefits the right way more than it benefits Newsom, because we're seeing the numbers. Newsom's position on this is to the right of probably half of independents, in addition to his own base.
And does he think that, like, I mean, I just wonder what the theory is that this is.
It's a consultant-driven theory. It's the exact same people that were talking to Kamala Harris.
The Fetterman bros are already saying, Adam Gentleson, the other guy who was the policy director, I forget his name, they are all saying, this is swinging unpopular now, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. He's listening to them. Like, it's clear.
Yeah, good. Let him fall. Let him fall.
Reasoning from a bunch of wealthy consultants.
Let him disqualify
that don't
him
want
fucking
there to
self.
be any shift in our politics. And these are the people that guys like Gavin Newsom listen to. This clip is so indicative that he's not connected to the people, and this is being driven by by focus testing and what wealthy people think is the center of the country.
I mean, and let's just address the actual, like, whether it's terrorism or not. It's political performance of the state's monopoly on violence, what ICE is doing, and it's for political reasons. It is not for public safety. If Gavin Newsom wants to suggest that this is for public safety, he can come on this show and do it, because that's a fucking joke. We've had enough of these guys since Renee Good was shot in the face 3 times by a guy who argued with his family about the Proud Boys and white nationalism. That other guys have said, you didn't learn a lesson from that? Like, it is terrorism.
That's
They are political
definitionally,
terrorists.
right? I mean, learn from the violence, change your politics, change what you're doing here. I mean, that's, it's definitionally.
Yeah. I mean, fair enough. It's just,
the history of it using is like, I mean, nobody says Israel was also founded by terrorism.
Oh, and but the other thing I would say.
This is all KKK stuff. It really is.
Yeah, but the way that, also, to point this out, this is why we were skeptical about his, like, social media activity, Gavin Newsom, in the wake of, like, Trump's inauguration. There were very few people that were trolling or pushing back on Trump on the Democratic Party. And there was this rush to give Gavin Newsom all this credit because he has some teenagers that are online or young people that work for his social media campaign that are good at dunking on Republicans. But this is him literally showing that he has no connection to whatever his online presence is here, walking back the statement from his own communications.
Same people who have been basically giving him all the nice attention.
Exactly. So, this guy, we're talking about the Wizard of Oz. I mean, his public social media presence, however online he is, God, he might know who I don't even know a streamer. Aiden Ross is. Whoa! I mean, through his kid who liked Charlie Kirk or whatever. I mean, this is nothing.
It shows how you're a pretty bad parent if your kid's a fan of Charlie Kirk.
And he just demonstrated that even the best thing that he's done in 2025,
you just have no taste.
Well, besides the gerrymandering stuff, like in terms of opposing Trump publicly, is the result of a communications team and not his insincere beliefs.
And we should say this is a huge missed opportunity to speak.
With the SanDisk Extreme Fit drive, I instantly have up to 1 terabyte of extra space.
Open to the idea of like, does this increase public safety? I mean, do people in Minneapolis feel safer today than they did 3 weeks ago? I mean, the answer is unquestionably no. And it is the same every time ICE descends in this way. People are. Why are they wearing masks? Like, you know, I mean, there's a big opportunity to say, like, you know, when we talk about if it's necessary for you to go and talk to these people, which fine, I understand from a political perspective, maybe you think that's a wise thing to do. Speak their language at least. You talk about government tyranny. This is what they were talking about. They weren't talking about, hey, you're going to keep us from having 64-ounce size sodas at the bodega. They're coming in with guns. They're basically saying we can go door to door. We don't need a warrant. We're not going to be masked, and we're going to up armored. I mean, like, what else were we talking about?
Yeah,
you know, like the government tyranny as like, you know, I need a license to give a haircut. Like,
you have
like
a vaccine card. Yeah, that's what they're talking. Well, but this is also, I mean, there's so many layers of cynicism to this too. Is that, Gavin Newsom is still the sitting governor of California. His ambitions are obviously president, and as he's doing that, he's more interested in not messaging to protect right now the many Latina people that live in your state. It's to go on and capitulate to the right about how ICE, who's brutalizing people, including a 21-year-old kid who's your constituent, who was just blinded permanently by ICE, and to say they're not terrorists, they're actually not that bad, because my ambition is president. He has no concept of public service or connection to what he wants to do to the people of California.
Truthfully, he's one of the most hollow politicians.
He's terrible. He can't even do politics good.
The number is 646-257-3920, 646-257-3920. 646-257-3920 is the phone number. I can't promise we're going to get to many calls, but we may get to some.
Oh, I also just, since California came up, slight correction. I think I called Scott Wiener Nancy Pelosi's hand-picked candidate the other day. I don't think that's true. I think he's the establishment pick, and not. I think he entered the race before Pelosi even dropped out. So I just want to get. I don't know if anyone will see this, but I got something a little bit wrong the other day, and I'd like to correct
Hey,
that.
you're close enough, Emma. You're fine.
Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Oh, your funeral.
We don't need to make a big deal about it.
Okay, well, eating me up.
I didn't sleep last night. But yeah, the big guy who wanted to make a big performance about why he didn't call it a genocide. Yeah,
I mean, it's largely irrelevant because he's the establishment pick, but.
I have a funny little palate cleanser that
You just
Brian...
gave me PTSD. Because you have to stop wherever you are on a base and salute the flag, so I'd always try to dive inside a building as soon as that started.
I gotta go to the bathroom. We have a little bit of a funny thing here. This is from Connor's Comedy on Instagram. Brian showed me this before the show, and it's appropriate to sort of what we've been talking about the last few minutes here. This is Connor's Comedy.
Guys, the British are low-key right. Yeah, I heard about the Boston Massacre and it's sad, but you know what they say? If you throw rocks, you get shot in the face. Yeah, but did you guys even think maybe we shouldn't have dumped their tea out? Come on, think about it. Having a king is kind of cool. I think there should be more British soldiers in all of our towns, telling us what to do. Come on, guys, aren't we being a little hard on the British soldiers? Did you ever stop and think about that being a British soldier is like a really tough job? Why shouldn't they be able to kill whoever they want? They're soldiers. Think about the property damage from the tea. That's like a lot of property that was damaged. Just because they all have guns doesn't mean that they don't get scared. Having a bunch of unarmed people around you yelling is really scary. You guys, you're not supposed to disrupt them while they're working. That's like royal law you're breaking. They shouldn't even have to wear their red coats. The ones who are beating up your fellow citizens, those are the good guys.
I mean,
that's royal law you're breaking.
All right, let's go to the phones.
Look, I
Calling
want
from
the other
a
one for this, but
304 area code. Who's this? Where you
I don't
calling
know if
from?
we're gonna get it in time.
Is this me?
It is you.
We have to evolve.
Who's this? Where you calling from?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Mostly because last time I called, I was worried that you didn't answer 304 calls because it's West Virginia and Pool lives here.
Ooh, but your
I know the
phone's a
ongoing
little.
beef.
Are you on speaker?
No, not.
Oh, that's much better.
Much
yes,
better.
There you go.
Okay, sorry about that. But anyway, yeah, I'm calling from West Virginia, and I'm just calling for a couple quick things. One, the Riley Gaines thing. I don't know if you guys saw, but she said that she had a bulletproof blanket over her baby because she had death threats at that meeting. So another reason I'm not really sure why she took that baby with her to that meeting.
That poor child. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
She has a baby.
Bulletproof blanket.
Isn't she in
I
college?
really do think that if you feel like you need to have the baby wrapped in a bulletproof blanket, keeping the baby at home probably an option.
I got my niece and nephew some bulletproof blankets recently.
Let's try this.
And I told them, don't tell people that you got the blankets. What's the point of the blanket if you tell them it's a bulletproof
Are
blanket?
you sure she's not referring to the baby itself, like as a bulletproof blanket, like Elon Musk was doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She's using the
Very,
baby.
very suspicious. I need to know what. There's got to be like a whole market of bulletproof baby stuff that is just absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure, but I'll keep it short. I'm from West Virginia. My name is Skylar, and I'm probably like the only person in the area with a Majority Report shirt, a Majority Report hat. I've got it all, and I love you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Bye.
All of the results.
That was
for
it?
All of your results for a bulletproof baby blanket.
Fuck
come
it,
up
we'll
with
take
the
this.
Noah from Tampa. John Wick baby. Calling from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it is Kowalski from the Windy Plain.
Kowalski from Nebraska. What's on your mind, Kowalski?
What month is it?
It is January.
You sure? It feels like a lot has happened if it's only January.
It feels like January 2027. I will give you that.
Yeah, not really too fond of how quickly, like, news media is moving, or, like, the destruction of the country. I also didn't know if it was like the 1850s, because, there are just these slave catchers all over the Midwest right now, and they seem to be making a ruckus again.
Yep.
So, yeah. Well, speaking of, like, horrible news, I have an ag report. Well, are you interested?
Yes, in fact, we just got an IM from the Mill Ryan that said, can we start referring to Kowalski as the Majority Report Shadow Secretary of Agriculture? So please, with the farm report.
Alrighty. And I do accept that position and all of the financial rewards I assume.
The check is in the mail, my man.
The United States is going into one of its
January,
worst,
I know.
Trade deficits in agriculture.
You
Actually,
have.
not one of its worst.
Dude,
It
it's
is likely
9
to be
degrees
the
here.
worst. Last
It
year
is
was
freezing.
The worst. This year is projected to be even worse. But this could be good for Mexico and other Latin American countries. So basically, since 2017, the United States has been hemorrhaging
I think I'm going to win this round.
skilled migrant farm workers, and they are very skilled.
But let's not
Anyone
speak too
who says
soon.
They're unskilled are only saying that to justify their abysmal pay. They are better than most people, and I will die on that hill. But yeah, basically since 2017, we've been hemorrhaging these workers, and as a result, our food-to-table production in the United States has been dropping drastically. Like, think your, like, you know, tomatoes, carrots, you know, stuff that require people to harvest, not mechanized things. As a result of this, we are far more dependent on imports from Mexico. So this is a point of leverage that Mexico has over the United States. So the reason I think this is good is when Trump decides to threaten Mexico with going after cartels there without coordinating with the Mexican government, they could just levy an economic trade war against us, and we would see the prices of groceries double.
Wow.
Good.
So
I mean,
that is a type of leverage we have not seen.
Put into context, like from a number perspective, like how much that sort of dynamic has shifted. Like what percentage, let's say in 2017, maybe you don't know this off the top of your head. What percentage of our carrots, our potatoes
roughly
were U.S. Produced versus Mexican?
Because last year's didn't die off.
So any starchy food like potatoes is going to be domestic because that can all be done through like mechanization. But
You in the
if
South?
you're thinking of, I mean, even
I went to Florida like
apples
twice,
are
and I don't know how you live
that we're probably
in the
fine
South.
with.
The air
But,
is thick.
You know, oranges, citrus,
with
like
humidity.
Florida citrus production. has
Texas,
collapsed,
oh my
not just
God.
from environmental issues, but from a
Poor
labor
you.
perspective.
Oh shit.
Just everything you think.
Pussy
California
Food Productions,
produces,
welcome.
exclude nuts. Basically, we are hemorrhaging the production.
I
of
see
all
you
of
over
that.
there in
So,
portrait mode.
Just broadly, about a third of all of the produce you see at the grocery store, most of that is Mexico.
Pinkerbell's in the other chat. She's saying in Texas,
So if
they haven't had a hard freeze, and so the summer's going to be crazy with bugs.
and it would be the largest
It's like living in a
inflationary
hairdryer. Oh my
pressure
God.
on the average American you can think of, because
I'd rather take the cold winters to get a couple weeks of spring.
Crazy, but you were in excellent hands.
Because it gets brutally hot here too.
Shop
the
our
buildings
selection
are
of
insulated.
top-rated Valentine's gifts at lovehoney.com.
around this. So I do see there is a lot of strength there for Mexico going into a bargaining arrangement, and we're not likely to see any improvements domestically with food production because, I mean, Georgia tried to force prisoners to harvest peaches by hand, and it didn't work. Even attempting to bring back slavery, it didn't work. So, yeah, it's good news for them, which I think is good news for us in the long run because it will temper the ability of this administration to, you know, go full 18th century, 17th, 19th century on Latin America.
Yeah,
Another
he seems
point
to have a
that
couple of states, a couple of countries like in the lineup before he gets to Mexico. But yeah, go ahead.
The other thing that I wanted to point out, and I'm actually working on a video on this, I think we're starting to see how sanctions do not work in the long run because it destroys our ability to have any influence on a country after they have found a way around our sanctions. So, for instance, in Venezuela, we can't replace their government without a commitment of 150,000 boots on the ground because we would have to take over the supply lines for food, medicine, and energy. And there is no appetite for the American public to do that because we would have to stay there for a decade.
Right.
And because we have shattered all of our private connections with the country, we don't have a ground game opposition there. And that's also true with Cuba and Iran. Even if we wanted to back, like, the protests in Iran, who on the ground is going to be on our side? We don't have anyone. We shattered every bit of credibility we had with them after Trump retreated from the nuclear deal. So it shows how having these punitive sanctions, which don't really punish the population, the government just finds workarounds. But I mean, even if you have to sell your resources on the cheap, now basically only the government is capable of getting any of the resources. I mean, in the case of Iran, they the foreign currencies they get can only be denominated basically in Chinese yuan. And if that's the case, only the government can import food, only the government can get the technologies for their communication systems, and we don't have any players on the ground there that would have a secondary line of communication to get information out. So, like, if there was a riot of this magnitude in, say, like, even Mexico, there's no way we could have a media blackout there. There's too many communication points outside of the government. So when we decide to do these economic sanctions, they only work in the short run, and if you allow it to go to the long run, it basically just doesn't work anymore. You're just strengthening your opposition, and it puts us in a really weak position, just long term. So I guess what I'm getting at here is this actually gives me a lot of confidence that the administration basically isn't going to be able to enforce its foreign policy will outside of triggering chaos.
I think that's true. I mean, I think we're
I don't
seeing.
think anybody wants that.
You know, like my sense from after the first couple of days in Venezuela was just like, this is nothing.
We did it again.
We're going to get nothing. He's just going to like pretend, like in 6 weeks, like it's just going to like all have faded away. All the oil companies, for the most part, don't want to invest as a function of both like the political situation there, and I think also the nature of Venezuelan oil is
That was New Game Plus
requires
3.
a refining that there are no refineries.
I can't stop
around
playing
that do
this
that.
game.
And so it would involve such an enormous investment to change how you know what the you know the processes in the refineries. And I think it's just going to be like at the end, Trump's just going to get the Nobel Prize, and then you know, 6 weeks from now, it's nothing. It's just going to be the Delcy regime, and that's it. I don't think he's, you know, in Greenland. Like, I don't think. I think it's just. It's possible. I could see like them trying to land 250 like paratroopers in Greenland and say like we own it now, and everybody just sort of look around and say let's just wait until he dies or something.
I mean,
But
it's setting up us for catastrophe, like years from now. This sort of fortress mentality. You need to be a good neighbor to the world, actually.
I mean, if you wanted a fortress mentality, you would need to have mutually beneficial relationships, not a domineering one. In the case of Greenland, though, I think that's just an ego trip for Trump. He wants to be the guy who annexes the largest territory in one single motion because it would be slightly bigger than the Louisiana Purchase. But I mean, like, anybody who says, oh, it's for
apparently Ron Lauder, the billionaire Ron Lauder, put it into his head that we should have Greenland. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if Putin had also put it into his head that we should have Greenland. And he's just like, and then, yes, I think he's probably motivated by this idea of like, I could be like the Louisiana Purchase, except for it's the Greenland Purchase. And this is how I get into the history books with my Nobel Prize. And it's
the Don Rosiniana
the Donroe Doctrine. Well, Secretary Kowalski, thanks so much for your presentation today.
Man, Trump's such a fucking idiot.
Yep, no problem. And folks, I do have a YouTube channel. I expect to have a new video out tomorrow. It is Prairie Fire Neb. Please go there, like, subscribe. Don't hit the bell.
Okay.
I don't want you to do that.
You don't want people notified?
Wow.
No. I want the comments to come in at a slow pace, not all at once. So don't hit the bell.
All right.
There you go.
Well, you all have a good one.
You too.
And Happy New Year.
Prairie Fire Neb. Happy New Year.
Kowalski did kind of go 0 to 100 with his channel. He got 100,000 view.
Yeah, we should be taking tips from him. Yeah.
818. Calling from an 818 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey! It's me, finally.
Okay.
Who's that?
Do I have to say it's me?
No, you can just say 818. Where are you calling from? I'm going to say...
Cool. I'm calling from California.
Okay.
Thanks so much for taking my call, Sam. You know, I've been trying to get through to you. And you all, Emma, Matt, love everybody. Brian, what an amazing addition. Show's banging right now. I'm from California. I'm running for Congress. And so happy to hear about Greg Stoker. I got that news from you yesterday. Thank you.
Yep.
Because we're basically doing the same thing. He's running a nonpartisan campaign. I think he gets to run against a Republican. I'm specifically running against the Democrats.
On New Game
right?
Plus 4.
He probably gets to run. You know, it's a little whatever. He's got the going against the Republican thing in Texas 31 there.
Yeah.
But so the task is to run against the Democrats. Sorry, let me back up. Got a little nervous for a second. No one's voting for the Republicans this year, right? Obviously, no one's voting for the Republicans this year. You guys are spending all this time on the show depicting all the reasons why no one's voting for any Republicans this year, right? So it's gonna make the bloodbath this year is gonna make 2018.
I mean, you are way too confident right now, bro.
I think...
No, I am too. Yes, exactly. I am way too confident right now because I'm doing this. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna win in my district. Okay. And
I like his confidence.
You'll know soon why I'm not saying my name or my district.
Okay.
Because I want to do a little sneak attack on these fools. Okay, and I want to get the other 10 to 15 people. We only have 3 weeks left to get people on the ballot. I don't know how it is in other states. I need those research nerds out there to get on it, right, and figure out when the filing deadlines are on every state. Okay, and figure out when, because you can do it. You can do it right up to the very last second. Okay, in California, for example, you only need 20 signatures and $1,700.
Okay.
Right, you need 20 signatures and $1,700, or 1,700 signatures, but if you have access to funds.
All right, so you want to
obviously
encourage
you can get
people to go and run in primaries.
Yeah, okay, so let me get to my point. So,
yeah, please.
Yeah, specifically, we need to coordinate. Right? So it needs to be a coordinated campaign. I'm already putting together the three-party platform. We won't have a party till next year.
How are you going to coordinate if you're anonymous?
Oh, yeah, no. That's all going to be revealed in like 3 weeks. So here's the deal. I made a website.
Their faces, bro.
The email account is Resistance Party 2026. Okay, so if you know somebody, if you're in a district and you're thinking about this might be you, right? If you might be the Greg Stoker, if you might be the me in my particular district, right? If you might be...
Who are you?
Oh, well, I can't tell you yet.
But why? You're running for Congress.
I'm in 3 weeks about. I'm in the Central Valley. Okay, I'm running against a very, 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 very...
What is happening?
After Prop 50, all the Democrats got weaker, right? I'm running against a very, very weak Democrat who's on the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Okay.
Right? He's been here for a minute.
Well, don't give too many clues. Don't give too many clues.
Let me do my thing. So
All right. Okay.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Okay, you want people to email you once they have signed up to run a primary challenge at that email address.
Yeah, so well, what they can do is I will tell them how to do it, right? I did it in my district. I have the paperwork. I already have all the signatures. I already got enough. I already have my nominating signatures. You only need 20.
All right, but you know that it could be different in different states, right?
No, yes, that's why I'm specifically focusing on...
Bro.
Turn your best idea.
Okay, clear. Okay, give us the email address again. If folks want more information about how to challenge somebody in the district in California, this is the email address.
and then let me say one more thing.
No, no.
The
Hey, the email address.
Hey, look, man, I can just start saying some libertarian shit, and you keep me on for 20 minutes. Okay, so hold on.
We're getting into that zone.
It's Resistance Party 2026. Okay,
All right.
Resistance, just the way Resistance is spelled, just like the M in Hamas.
No, I got you.
Right,
Resistance Party 2026 at gmail.com. Okay. All right.
And then let me say the one more thing, in case people don't understand, for those Californians or people who know someone who lives in California, in case you don't know how it works, even though you listen to Sam, so you should know how it works, because now even people like me can talk about Social Security for 45 minutes at a time. The jungle primary in California is anybody.
I know, right? Did you join the fucking the Discord's going crazy right now. I'm looking at it.
Right? And anybody can get on the ballot in June. You literally need 20 signatures and $1,700 of signatures. So then, if you can get in the top 2 vote getters in June, you get on the fucking general ballot in November. You just have to get
This guy sounds like he's stoned in a frat house.
After your election, guess how many votes you need.
He's like, dude, I'm so brilliant, bro. I got this idea. I gotta tell Sam about it.
Okay. I mean, I think. Listen. Okay. So I get it. All right. I'm gonna let you go because your phone is also breaking up. I'm speaking a libertarian, but that's the. I know. I got you. Resistance. Say it one more time.
To let you get in on the ground floor here.
Say it again.
That's not.
Anyway.
All right.
Don't pitch us like an MLM.
All right. Appreciate the call. Appreciate it.
It is, but I got it anyway. So, and Matt, I'm sorry that T-World took the trade the other day when that guy was wearing their
All right. Well, let's not dilute what we've already had.
Yeah,
I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very important. No, but I was trying to get in the other day, and
Okay, don't worry about it. You've done it. I appreciate the call.
Resistance Party 2020.
No, we got it.
Resistance Party
Holy shit.
2026.
What the fuck?
Resistance Party 2026 at Gmail.
You know, I needed this call. I needed a little laugh
Open
today.
conversation is the way of humans connecting.
There we go.
I mean,
Okay.
listen. I think the theory is actually not a horrible one. I
like
do
what Greg's
think
doing. Yeah.
I do think anonymity. I just don't. I don't think that's the best way to win. I think that like the net, you come on, you say I'm running in this district, I'm taking this guy on. Maybe there's a couple of listeners who are in that district. They'd vote for you.
Is that the third Hodge twin? Barney. Welcome, Barney.
Going like, oh,
It could be.
From the Majority Report.
Sounds
Somebody's
more
coming
like
to get us.
a-
I just don't think it's the way it works.
He should use that in his race.
Jimmy Dore's
the M
better
as in Hamas,
twin.
which isn't even the first letter of Hamas.
I don't even know where M comes in. Resistance
Gmail?
Party
In the
2026.
Gmail? I don't know.
There's no M in resistance.
Resistance Party 2026.
I mean, my problem is like you're starting a new party in addition to trying to run for office for the first time. How about join in? I mean, people have such an aversion to joining in, and it's one thing when the Democrats were the only game in town. Zohran Mamdani just went from a DSA member to state assembly to mayor of New York City. Like, there are parties that you should probably, even the Green Party. I just think this whole thing of making a new thing, Resistance Party 2026.
Look up the Hodge. I know. Oh, me.
I don't see it.
You're saying me. I know what the
Paul
Hodge.
Prague says, screw third-party candidates. I'm a fourth-party candidate.
Yeah.
He's focusing too much on the party part.
Yeah.
California resistance. Sam reports vice.
You know, as
traffic
shitty
stops
as
here
these
in
people
Coachella
are,
Valley, California.
I
Use
appreciate you
available
saying I look like
resources
them.
to stay alert and report.
I appreciate it.
Chris Burdick,
Even
this
though
caller reminds
those
me
are
of my
two
neighbor who
huge
ran for
pieces of
president in
shit.
2020, but did no fundraising, held no rallies, did no campaigning, did no advertising, filed no paperwork. He did build a fairly incoherent website and a few social media profiles, and that was enough to secure his wife's write-in vote, which I guess is something.
Is that Jank?
Wow.
That's
good.
That was fun.
I mean, to be fair, maybe it could have been. Let's check in. Adam Friedland had got a scoop on this. He interviewed Scott Jennings. That's the guy from CNN, right? Who got really upset at you, Emma.
This
Scotty.
day, so the first time I did CNN, he didn't get as upset the first time. The second one was, when he flipped out, but he had just come back from
shade.
Seemingly blissfully unaware that, Adam might be making fun of him. Yeah, he was like, I just did this podcast. And I was like, oh, Adam Friedland, I know Adam too. So I was excited to see how this turned out.
Let's watch it. That sounds surprising.
Well, here's the bottom line. I'm not going to let someone else determine what I am on the inside. Only I know what I am on the inside.
What are?
What am I? I'm someone who understands and believes that trans women are women. And it would be completely irresponsible for me to go out and try to make them into something that they're not. Well, who in their right mind would try to make someone into something that they're not? That sounds like what a crazy person would do. Well, here's the bottom line.
Crazy.
Wow. Scott Jennings really.
The mask has come off.
Yeah. Very, very surprising and actually
the woke
rational.
mind virus got him.
Completely rational. I don't know. Should we reveal that it's just a clip?
It's just a clip that apparently they said.
Adam said, "Play devil's advocate." So you argue in favor of trans rights, and I'll argue against it.
Yeah, and here's like there's this Laura Powell who
That's
is
really
directing, Civil Liberties.
Woke
And
Scott
she
Jennings.
upset at Amy Coney Barrett. for
Although I
apparently
wouldn't put it
being
past him,
a
he seems like someone who just doesn't believe in anything
And
and will
the
say
thing
whatever
I
is
think
politically
conservatives don't realize,
expedient.
they think they won the
He'll
battle
absolutely be a never Trumper once Trump
and they
dies.
didn't, because they're full of shit. They think Adam and Eve is like gender, like you have ancient beliefs, and so like there's this idea, like they've never come to terms. They still think it's like a 70-30 issue or whatever, but it really was a giant distraction that allowed fascists to get into office, and it's good to see. And also Scott Jennings did not turn out Jewish for Adam Friedland's show. Only 40,000.
I mean,
views on that.
I think people are kind of sick of him in every feasible way because, like, I think a lot of people are really sick of this artifice, and even what we see with the Trump administration, they deflect from criticism with like the most aggressive corporate PR campaign possible, where there's not even like an attempt to gesture towards a shared reality. And that guy's just on retainer by CNN to say nothing that he believes. It's just about, you get that sense when you're sitting across from them. It's very like difficult to understand. And when you believe your beliefs, and then you see somebody who is playing a role, but like, God, I mean, actors are doing it for the art. You're doing it for fascism.
And to take a position where Scott Jennings will never criticize the Trump administration for anything because that's why he's hired.
Well, he'll turn right
He
around.
may have one in
He'll
his back
support
pocket if
J.D.
he's asked
Vance
that
or
question.
Tucker Carlson
What
or
would you
whatever.
criticize them over? Oh, I have X, but it's always going to be the least consequential thing.
It's a game for him, and I think
He
he
said
shows
on
it.
the Adam Friedland show, he said that he sees what he does on Abby Phillip as a mixture of show business and WWE.
Oh, he criticized the Kennedy Center thing. So it's always dumb bullshit like that.
Yep.
Dead
Just because their
Sappho.
bosses want him to have something.
Yes.
Yep. Dead Sappho. Hey, Amar, I'm a campaign promoter for Chris Beardsley for Senate. Well, that's your first mistake. You should have never told us the name of the candidate. Chris Beardsley for Senate. A better Chris for a better Delaware. We're running a grassroots campaign to primary corporate Dem Chris Coons in September. Beardsley is a Democratic Socialist of America member, Peace Corps volunteer, Fulbright scholar, and management and program analyst at HUD. Coons is an AIPAC-backed multimillionaire who has voted against an increase to the federal minimum wage and against restricting military aid to Israel. Beardsley is running on a progressive agenda of Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, ending support for foreign wars and to Israel, tying minimum wage to inflation, make it livable, and public housing solutions. There are many ways you can help and contribute. You can find our website by searching for Beardsley, Beardsley for Delaware. Beardsley for Delaware. Appreciate the IM.
I have a correction to make. I didn't read the full headline. CNN Scott Jennings hits back at Trump Kennedy Center critics, so he was not on the
there you
opposite
go.
I take it back. Thanks, Barney.
Yeah.
Thanks. Fuck those Hodge guys.
Zane, now that you've given his name away,
What a bunch
I'll
of
never
losers.
vote for him. They already see it coming. Should we check in on what Tim Pool is doing? Is this worth
Sure.
watching?
I had fun with this. Caitlin Bennett, before Riley Gaines, there was Caitlin Bennett. Who I remember,
remember
first thing that comes to mind is that there's a rumor that she shit her pants. Probably true. And then
Where, at Tim Pool's place?
At a party.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I haven't seen
'Cause
evidence to the
at
contrary.
Pool's place, I can tell you, it's worth a say.
I'm Jonathan. I'll be your Bobby Darin tonight.
A Broadway musical this electrifying.
Well, she
My
also,
God,
then the
Sam.
second thing she's most famous for is wanting to open carry her gun around Kent State.
Kent State, ever heard of it?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember her. This was years ago.
And she went on Tim Pool's show. They're talking about trans people here. And I do find it amusing how Tim kind of gets caught trying to fence it, but he realizes that what the kind of audience likely wants is hatred, and then they abruptly change the subject.
She probably brought an AR-15 to the interview. So
Right,
you have
right.
to agree
She has
with that.
pointed at him under the table. You wanted to kind of equivocate on this? And then I'll pull a Sam Cedar in your toilet.
Word to describe something, even if it is a gradient, and what I mean by that is not that gender is a sliding scale, whatever the stupid thing they say is, but like if a dude is hopped up on, like if a dude does a bunch of crack, right? We have a word for that. It's crack.
Right.
And if someone pumps themselves full of female hormones so they grow tits, and then they put on makeup, we have a word for that. It's trans woman. Yeah, but that I disagree because some are, and some there's a combination of mental disorders that envelop, that can manifest in the appearance of what we describe as maybe transvestite or whatever, but
A cross-dresser.
yeah, but that doesn't.
But I know what you're saying.
We're saying
because-
they pump themselves full of
pause it, pause
drugs.
it.
Right.
Redditor,
it's
maybe?
different than just dressing.
They so like.
Sorry. I just love that he knows that cross-dressing is different than being trans, right? Like he's close enough, he's smart enough, and that's not saying much, to realize that like there's drag, there's cross-dressing, and then there's people who
Like J.D.
change
Vance
their
tried to
gender
do.
medically, whether it be through hormones, whether it be through surgery. And he's trying to make that distinction, and she's not allowing it. What did she say? Some mental disorder or some horrible?
Pervert.
Pervert. Gotcha. Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Do you
that-
support Trump, the pedophile protector? Just
I mean, this is what I'm saying about them. They think they won the trans argument, but it's all incoherent, and they just decided on hate.
Yeah. That can manifest in the appearance of what we describe as maybe transvestite or whatever, but
A cross-dresser.
yeah, but that doesn't.
But I know what you're saying,
We're saying they
because-
pump themselves full of drugs.
Right.
Redditor,
it's
maybe?
different than just dressing.
they so like a person we describe as a trans woman. Actually, you know what? I gotta stop. You know what? You're right. Because the definition from the left is that you don't have to do those things to be trans, and trans literally doesn't mean anything anymore. It doesn't have a rigid definition. Actually.
No. And I don't like to play into the idea that
What is a trans woman, Tim?
oh yeah, this person is transgender, this transgender person. No, this person is either a boy or a girl.
Castrato.
And I just hate it. Oh, it's disgusting. Especially as a woman, I cannot take that stuff. It is disgusting to me.
Well, have you seen all
Allegedly.
the memes they've been making about the thirsty middle-aged women who want to bang ice guys?
Yes, I have, and I have a funny. Some of my bodyguards are like super jacked, and when I go out to these liberal old woman protests, without fail, they always. Your bodyguard has big muscles.
You said you want to touch him.
Yeah, well, you know.
She's like, I'm harsh. Do you want him to roll up his sleeve and show his forearms and flex?
That's it.
That U-turn was so.
Oh, is he? She has a husband?
Flipped about 9-10 times.
Don't tell me
can't
she's
even
also
follow
20
half of
something.
what's going on
and
there,
looks
but
like
I
she's
also
50.
think that like she has also had gender affirming.
She looks like fucking Julia Roberts.
Done.
I think it's interesting psychologically that you're talking about trans people and all of a sudden you get into sexual fantasies
No, that's mean.
of people you perceive
To
as
Julia
animals
Roberts.
and talking about the bodies of your bodyguards. Who's paying for Caitlyn?
Sarah Jessica.
I'm
How
gonna
about
bet.
Sarah Jessica. That's the
that
one I was thinking
when
of.
she goes to protest, that there aren't a bunch of women with their tongues out because she's got bodyguards around her. Also,
Whoa!
bitch,
I was
film
coming to
it.
this protest to argue against the killing by ICE officials, but I didn't realize there'd be some studs.
Surely she's there to make media, so why are there no clips of this, Caitlin?
And also, bitch, you have a gun, I thought. Isn't that your whole thing? You need bodyguards on top of that? How paranoid are these people?
Very
Which
paranoid.
side just shot a woman point blank in the face because she dared to criticize them? Anyway, I did just find it funny how uncomfortable Tim Pool gets, and then she brings up a clearly untrue story about how just like all these liberal women are claiming are craving such testosterone. I mean, that's why I just go hubba hubba when I see that catcher's mitt RFK Jr. drinking milk. I mean, all we need. I just want more testosterone to human body ratio, and I'll finally be satisfied. Anyway.
God knows what goes through Tim Pool's head.
As a woman,
As a woman, this is disgusting.
I'm gonna use that just like. As a woman, will you go get me that stapler over there? I'm just gonna use that completely disconnected from anything.
Caitlin Bennett, you're speaking as a pants shitter.
Calling from a 630 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Is that me?
It is you.
Oh, hello. One second. Hi. My name is. We'll go with Ray. I am from the Memphis area, and there was
Be sure
a huge,
she is
there
28.
was
Oh
a
my God.
Protest march on Sunday.
Hate
and,
makes you look old
At least 3 people got ran over by
and
ICE.
haggard.
And I just don't really see anybody talking about Memphis a lot at all. But I just wanted to kind of bring awareness to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there video footage of it? I hadn't heard that.
Even
I
dude,
hadn't-
like I was watching a video about Erica Kirk breaking down like her life and career, and she was like, Miss Arizona or whatever. When she was younger, she looked a lot happier. But she was always conservative, so I just speed ran her fucking hatred
It's the
face.
back of the parade, and people are trying to like block the state troopers from like running into people, and so you have people just standing there in front of the car, like their arms are raised, and you see this like one of the cars like drive past this person, and she's like banging on the window because hey, you're gonna drive into people, and then like they like stop the car, they get out, and they're like just like you see it's just like them wrenching her around.
Oh, she just turned 30.
And it's,
Still, that's
it's very
not good.
difficult.
All right, we'll check it out. I hadn't heard that they're in Memphis. I mean, I assume they're in many cities. I just don't know how big of a presence. But
there's a huge presence in them because our governor allowed them to come in.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably we should probably do some more emphasis of the non-blue state areas that are under these occupation too, because you don't hear about them as much because the politicians are actively collaborating
Right.
instead of just impotent.
Yes, and even like the MPD, the Memphis Police Department, they were like, oh, we're going to like at first, like the first month, they were like, oh, we're not gonna like really work with them, and now like we know that ICE agents and like DHS, like, literally everybody is just they follow behind police cars, so that they can like if like somebody has a traffic stop, they will just if they're any not white person, they will just pull them over and be like, hey, like we're gonna arrest you and stuff.
Light them up.
All right. Well, I appreciate the call.
You're in
check it out.
Tennessee.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Glenn Beck ate my dad says iceout.org is a good ice tracker. I think that's the website. I think that's the website they said stand by. Okay. Tom Cotton's beard, they're hitting reddish areas of Pennsylvania. They're stationing in Harrisburg, going to agricultural areas like York and Chamsburg, including to high schools.
Jesus.
Ryan from Florida, there are currently reports of ice in Orlando too, with DeSantis full approval, I'm sure of it.
Well, got to see what's going on. I mean, what's happening with Shapiro? Is there I'm still unclear about this 100 miles from the border thing. Is that why they're going to? I guess Harrisburg is Harrisburg further west.
They don't care. They're
ICE
going anywhere,
works
man.
in the
Central.
interior of the country, and
I know.
Custom Border Patrol needs to be within 100 miles. But I imagine, my guess is that there's some bureaucratic designation that they are on loan to ICE or operating.
You're ICE today.
Exactly.
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of maybe to echo Dan's despondence about this a little bit. It's like, I mean, they're not following any laws. Why should we expect them to follow?
Total immunity is what they've been told.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, I would like to see. They say they're going after only violent criminals. Then how about statutorily? You can only go after those people. But we don't have a Congress that's going to stand up for that.
I mean, I think there's two different things, right? There's the ability of Congress to impose restrictions on them, statutory conditions, no mask, whatever. There's that hurdle, but apparently, and then there's the hurdle of getting them to follow it. But if this is just about people going out onto the streets and protecting their communities, it's helpful. Maybe not for the people who would do it today, but for the people who would do it tomorrow, to hear their politicians provide them some type of license to do so. I mean, that's the thing, is that I don't think that Chuck Schumer necessarily has the ability to control ICE's behavior in the short term. But he certainly has the ability to indicate to people that what is going on here is beyond normal. It is completely wrong. Not write a letter wrong. Not, I'm going to talk for 45 minutes at a click on the Senate floor wrong.
At Raising Cane's, we focus on making the most craveable chicken finger meals, getting them right every time.
Are destroying the fabric of our society, and this is an opportunity to do that. And maybe they won't take it. Calling from a 904 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
Hello? Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Demosthenes from Florida.
What is it? What is your name?
Demosthenes?
Yes.
Demosthenes from Florida. What's on your mind, Demosthenes?
I would like to, well, as much as I would want to talk about Graham Plattner and race, I think I should discuss Renee Good
Okay.
Do you know who Keith Porter is?
Yes, the black man that was killed by ICE, or shot at by ICE, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just the race difference between a black man and a white woman is you know, the news coverage is a bit insane to me, but it's expected. Sad.
I also think the video piece, like I totally 100% agree with you. And if there were video of both instances, we know that Renee Good would still get disproportionate coverage due to her whiteness.
Or if there wasn't video of George Floyd, for instance.
Right, but I do think that in this particular instance, it's the brutality of the video and how much evidence we have.
And increasing, and I think also too, you know, like off duty versus on duty, and you know, sort of like with that level of force. But the reality is like our news is so video driven. You know, this may seem obvious, but it is so much more dramatically so in the past 4 or 5 years because of social media. That's a big part of it, but it doesn't negate your point. I will say that.
I was like before I found out about Keith Porter like a day or two after Good got killed. I was wanting to call in and talk about Sonia Massey because it's a very similar situation. Though some people might bring the difference of, well, those are cops compared to ICE agents, which as a black person myself, I don't think there's a real difference. Like, what's the difference between Nazis and brown shirts? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think there is a difference, but it's also, I think, a valid perspective that at the end of the day, you know, you're shot dead by someone with a badge. It doesn't matter what the specifics are. And I think to a certain extent, you know, her name escapes me now, but she'd written that piece about the barbershop in Wisconsin. Matt, you remember?
Malaika Jabari.
Malaika, yeah. Jabari, you know, writing a piece about back in the wake of the 2016 Trump-Clinton election, where, you know, there's a sense that, like, you know, nothing's changing. We're going to get it treated the same. And I mean, I think to a certain extent, certainly it's a defensible perspective. And I think
also
go ahead.
It's like I also understand, like for the same reason that you just said, I understand why people bring up Nazi Germany whenever it comes to discrimination and papers please situations, but like U.S. Slave trade, well, not during the slave trade, but black people with slave catchers, papers please would also always be asked. So I just also that similarity as well. Like, we've oddly enough been here before, so I guess read up a bit. Not you guys specifically, I mean in general, but just get further education on how we've been here before and what we've done. So
yeah, that's a good point. Appreciate the call.
Have a nice one.
You too.
Matt from Tampa says an international airport is considered a border, so they can technically operate 100 miles from that as well. Milo, no offense to the rest of you guys, but I think we can all agree Matt is the funniest one on the Majority Report. Talking as a pants shitter, laugh my ass off.
Sorry, what did I do that made them laugh their ass off?
Talking as a pants shitter.
Oh. A lot of people are
Brian?
saying I should be getting
You're just
these,
gonna sit there and you gonna take that?
Comedy Mothership.
I'm the same person I've seen on YouTube scrolling. Hey, welcome. Flarg nut.
My teeth are cracking.
What up, Flarg nut?
Well,
I like
that was
that
already
name.
foretold.
It's fun to say.
My Kill Tony
doing?
little debut in a little bit.
We're all going to talk about Kill Tony in a little bit.
The mill
Let
rhyme.
them keep
It's over.
talking. It'll settle.
And Rogan.
John from the Bird.
And their regrets.
Have you seen the videos of the women wanting to bang ice guys? My algorithm is different from other people's.
Oh, and I meant to say that. Like, it's just like they pivot because they're in this thorny area of gender conversations.
There's
like,
boys and girls.
All the women want to fuck us, don't they? Even though we're like,
Time out.
there's no evidence that the right is
5
attracting
minutes.
new
There
women.
you go.
It's definitely happening. Like, I mean, we read those numbers. You did
could be in
yesterday,
here, but
Matt,
you're gonna be
about,
timed out.
From that op-ed
You're
about
spamming.
how younger white women are like becoming increasingly radicalized.
60% of white women 18 to 44 believe it's acceptable to go beyond peaceful protest when resisting ICE.
ICE, yeah, and so right, but it's that cohort that's just like it goes hubba hubba when ICE agents walk around,
Yeah,
or
like-
bodyguards walk around with.
They want to throw jars of piss at them. They
Yeah.
don't want to,
Yeah.
not in a sexy way.
I get, yeah.
Zane,
Clearly,
oh my.
when you, now that I'm covered in your piss, clearly you want to bang me.
Oh my, I'm actually really glad you took this guy's call instead of mine. This is my favorite time I've spent on hold since I used to prank call Darkness After Midnight. Sure, I know what that is, but
The mystery
dude.
Congress candidate.
Aesthetic. All right, let's take one more phone call. You are the final caller of the week, calling from a 510 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Is this me?
It is you.
I thought it was Kowalski again. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god. Awesome. My name is Kamyar. I actually do not live in California. I moved to Illinois 5 years ago. Just a little tidbit. I used to work for Tesla. I'm glad I don't anymore. There was a time years ago where I had a lot of very interesting stories because I was sitting 10 feet from Elon Musk at all times for about a month. I didn't work directly with him.
Let's
but,
hear some of those stories.
Basically, I saw a lot of very interesting things, and I really wish that I was more into Twitter at the time to actually post about these things, because they're really insane things. Just as a preview, I watched a man in the fetal position underneath a desk right next to me tweet something. I look at my phone, I see the tweet, I look to my left, I look at him, a comment comes up, he laughs at it, and I'm like seeing this in real time. It was insane. And also, there's another story. I call it the Elon Musk sex room. It's I could go into it like at some other time. It's a very funny, long story.
Wait, what do you mean?
I would say go into that now.
Okay, fine, fuck it.
It's a taste, yeah.
Fuck it, sure. Okay. So,
Yeah,
I
dude.
come into work. I sit down at my desk, but as I'm coming in, the place I sit in is called Galaxy. It's this room that has, it's open to the whole plant. There's the body shop to the left, SX to the right, whatever. I walk by and there's a bunch of people that are congregated around this little child. And they're all like, having conversations. And
Congregated
she,
around
like,
a little
introduces
child,
herself.
did you say?
Yes, a child. Yes, it'll make sense when I get to that.
Okay.
So there's a child there, and she's like, "Hi, nice to meet you." And I give her a handshake. I'm like, "Okay, that's weird." And I walk to my desk, and as I'm walking to my desk, one of my coworkers stops me. He's like, "Hey, bro, do you know who that was?" I'm like, "No." Like, it's a little girl. Who's that? It's like, "Bro, that's Grimes." And I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" I swear to God, she looked like a 15-year-old girl because she was like wearing a floral dress. She was tiny. I didn't know anything about Grimes, and then I look on Google and I see a picture of her wearing that same floral dress with Elon coming out of a plane along with his one of his
Good Lord.
larger children. And I saw that, and I saw him later that day, and it was like that day. He got off the plane that day, and she's at the plant. I'm like, okay, that's weird. A few hours later, a bunch of assistants come in. There's a big conference room next to where I sit. It's called Jupiter, and they're putting up.
That is so
yes,
stupid.
I know, it's Galaxy Jupiter. Haha, funny. So they're putting up tarps on the glass. Because just for the record, Elon was sleeping in that room for about 2 weeks while.
If I could call myself a champion,
Oh my God,
House
please.
Targaryen might take me in.
No ads.
Sir Duncan the Tall. How good a night are you?
Nobody cares about Game of Thrones anymore. Stop it, Utz.
Like standing talking to each other, but they have this really weird look on their face. And I walked up to them and I'm like, hey guys, how's it going? Like, what's going on? You guys just had a meeting? And they're like, yeah, we had a meeting. There was a problem though. There was this smell that we couldn't really describe what it was, and then we just realized what it was. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, there was this musk in the room. And also there was something on the couch that somebody said. So yeah, somebody sat in Elon Musk. There's no. Unfortunately, there is no Uranus in Jupiter. Or sorry, not in Jupiter. Fuck. In Galaxy, it's Mars, Venus, and Jupiter. So. Yeah, so apparently somebody sat in his musk or cum or whatever. I don't know what it is, but it was horrible. I felt so bad. And so I had to, oh man, just remembering it is honestly, it's fun. Again, it would have been funnier had he not ended up, because I was working there from 2017 to 2019. This story would be funnier if he wasn't the worst, one of the worst people that has ever existed on this planet.
I mean, it's still pretty funny.
And it sucks because I have other little tidbits. He walked out of that room one day and he's just wearing pajamas, and there's this cereal box thing that he can pour himself knockoff Lucky Charms at, and he just pours himself a heaping bowl, and he has it tucked under his chin while he's attempting to shovel it in his face, while a bunch of people in suits, executives and shit, are discussing things with him. And mind you, again, I am sitting right there this whole time. I'm not just looking because I don't have anything else better to do. I'm literally doing my job and I'm watching this happen in front of me, and it's just insane. It's a literal toddler child. And if it wasn't for the fact that he's 6'3", it would be more likely. It would be him infantilizing himself, but he's infantilizing these other adults to have to talk to him about this stuff, and it's just oh man.
Well, I would suggest coffee table book.
What do you mean? You want me to publish this as a little story for people?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would love to, honestly. I just don't, I never knew where to really go with this kind of stuff. It's there.
Well,
there are little interesting stories that I've told
it
my
also
friends.
sounds like you need to go to therapy. I would say
I
also.
mean-
to deal with it.
Way ahead of you. Don't worry about it. But really quick, I didn't want that to be the whole thing that I was talking about. I don't know how much
That's
time
my
I
fault,
have.
and I want to apologize to you and the audience.
It's fine.
What else
it's
you got?
fine.
We gotta get out of here.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'm Iranian or Persian, if I want to sound nicer, and I have a family that I have been talking to about not only what's been happening in the U.S. in regards to protests and Renee Good and all the other horrible, terrible shit that's been happening, but with what's been happening in Iran and the parallels that people are, making between Iran and the U.S. and this and that. And the most frustrating thing for me is having that conversation with them in regards to like, oh, you know, the people of Iran, they want the Shah back, or they want this, or, you know, it's good that Israel is doing this and that. And I'm just like, oh my God, like, why are you parroting these fucking awful talking points? Like, you clearly, like, and I don't want to be mean because it's like, I love my family, and they were the ones that lived through the revolution, and they were there for it, and they have the context and understanding, you know. And I was born here. I don't have that like shared lived experience or whatever. But it's just you're like they don't see they can't see the forest through the trees or whatever the terminology is, and it's one of those things that it's really hard to have the conversation to tell them what's happening is bad, but if there's any involvement from Israel or the United States or any other like outside force to like bring about this like new revolution or like depose the mullahs,
it's not helpful.
Whoever, it's not helpful at all.
Right.
And what's even worse? Oh my God! The worst thing I heard was my uncle. Last thing I'll say, my uncle literally compared Hamas to the mullahs, and I'm just like, nope. I'm done. I don't want to hear that. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Not even the same thing. So it's frustrating. So yeah, maybe I will use an extra session just to talk about that. But thank you guys very much.
Good
for
luck
taking my
with
call.
it.
I really
Appreciate the call. Thanks.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, folks. This sound signifies the end of the call-in portion of the program and the entire week's worth of programming. Matt, Brian, Emma, great job this week. Folks, have a great long weekend if you have one. I hope you do. We will be back live on Tuesday. Stay safe.
Oh, Martin Luther King Day.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want.
Okay. Let's check this shit out.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I knew Trump was going to be bad. I didn't like, just because, when I hear the word fascist, I think of, fascism is a specific ideology. So when Jake and I got into that debate about whether or not Trump is fascist leading up to the election, there wasn't evidence to suggest that he has or believes in a fascist ideology. But what's being carried out right now on the streets of Minnesota, watching these videos of pregnant women, like there's a video, we're going to get to it later in the show today, and the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. I'm sorry, I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot.
You know, I do think that.
So, Pinker, I'm interested in what you think about this. Do you think Anna's like? Do you think she's like, the money's not there over there on the right wing? I'm not seeing the cash flow, so it's not worth it to me to sold out my 15 years of principles or whatever, or is it? I mean, or what else? Like, I don't know what else it could be other than the cash flow isn't what I thought it would be. And it's not as fast as I thought it would be. Oh, let me move ball pit down a little bit. Or is it like she genuinely is shocked by this stuff and didn't think it was get that bad? Because I remember what she said. Don't call him a fascist, because then there's no debate after that. Because what do you have to do to a fascist? You have to kill them, because they're the worst people ever. They're pure evil. So there's no debating. And I would go like, but, you know, I understand. But she, like, it's also, it's what do you call it? Picky. Like, you're being too picky. It's not a highly specific ideology. Cognitive dissonance is too much to deny. I agree. So let's see. Let's see what she's going on. So is this Cenk on Breaking Points?
As Crystal and Kyle have pointed out when it comes to TYT from a while, they just made the wrong decision at the outset of Trump 2.0. I think TYT, Cenk and Anna, they really did think, because they're two in their own heads as far as the business aspect and views and, you know, courting an audience, and they were tired of being in a little bit of a lull, you know, as far as their popularity was concerned. And they really did make a calculation that, like, we have to cuddle up to MAGA, we have to pander to MAGA, because this is the way the winds are blowing, and this is a right-wing country now, and Trump has just got reelected, and we have no other choice but to build bridges with idiots like
But it was before Trump got reelected. It was the dog pile on Olayemi for being for abolition of police. It was the don't call me a birthing person. And this was all before the election. That was like 2024, 23 even maybe. I think they're right. They're spot on with the shift. And I just think for Anna, like, personally, it's just hasn't been working out. Her take isn't taken off. I don't know or care what's in her heart. Her actions have the same result regardless. Yeah. She should know better. She spent the last 2 decades covering political news. It's not like she's a Facebook mom stuck in AI algorithm. Yeah, I mean, again, I do think a lot of it's calculated. And okay, make up for it then. Like I said about Rogan, make up for it. If you really want to change, then change. If not, then fuck off. We're still going to disregard you. Still going to lump you in with the fascists when we talk about you. And that's going to be your legacy. Your legacy will be the legacy of Scott Adams. Maybe that's what also is doing it a little bit. She's saying, like, oh, even when you die, there is no more playing nice and like, oh, we respect Dick Cheney and Donald Trump. Like, no. People will shit on you and meme you to hell. On your fall down into hell. And maybe she's like, I kind of want to salvage that a bit. Maybe she'll go on an apology tour. She'll go on Vanguard. She'll go on Majority Report, apologize to everyone. Christina, Cosmopolitics. Maybe. I don't know. But that's what it would take. Some groveling. And I don't know if she's willing to do that. I doubt it.
Beck and Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and all the people that we reacted to and gave them so much fucking shit for fraternizing with and drinking a beer with and all that crap, right? They really did think that that was what was necessary, apparently, stupidly. But as Crystal and Kyle always pointed out, I think it was specifically Kyle that said it on our show, it's like TYT could have been the #1 show in the whole fucking world if they had taken the opposite approach. And instead of trying to pander to MAGA, instead of trying to cuddle up to right-wing shows, this should have been the #1 anti-Trump show.
Yeah, they really could have been, because now Majority Report is that show. Which, it was, but MR was always like second place, I guess. First place in my heart, but second place in the algorithm. And in just like widespread awareness of what is a very left-wing show. Oh, that TYT show on YouTube. Or whatever. Like, I would hear it outside of political discussions. And then now it's just falling off.
Them out viciously over and over again, basically taking the lane that other channels like Midas Touch ended up kind of being able to grab because TYT evacuated that lane for no reason. And Crystal and Kyle were 100% right about that. TYT could have grown so much over the last year if instead of doing that stupid bullshit, they had just been the #1 loudest, proudest anti-Trump show. But they didn't do that. I think they're now realizing that they should have. I think they're now realizing that Kyle was right, that Crystal was right. And in addition to, the business side of things, I also genuinely think that both Jake and Anna have both been shocked and a little bit radicalized by just how fascist Trump has gone, specifically over the last 2 months and stuff. The shootings of Renee, the Gestapo in the streets, the papers please-ification of the United States of America.
Yeah, remember when it was just that one, he was a sheriff, Sheriff Arpaio in Arizona, and they took it to Supreme Court to see if he specifically could do a papers please thing, and now they're just, this is national. Kavanaugh stops, they call it. We'll take Advil.
And again, even the assault on American citizens, I think it has genuinely radicalized them, and it has caused them both to go all right, we got to go in the other direction now. We got to backtrack. And you can call that opportunistic, you can call it whatever you want, but I do think that's what's happening, as is evidenced by the next clip we're going to play of Anna Kasparian on TYT.
Completely agree with everything that you said. And guys, if we can pat ourselves on the back a little bit here, that's exactly what we've been saying for the last 2 years. That's exactly what so many people that were close to TYT has been saying for years and years and years. What has Emma Vigeland said about TYT? That this is the wrong decision to be made, that they are completely misjudging the moment. Same with Francesca. Same with Sam Cedar, right? They're out here antagonizing Sam. They're calling him a low-rent grifter. He's like, no, guys, you don't understand. You are massively misleading your audience in a way that is going to increase harm in our country materially. All right, we cannot stand for that. Yes, I have to be critical of you when you do that, right? Particularly once they started to flirt with Donald Trump. So I'm really excited to react to this a bit from Anna Kasparian here in a moment, because it's going to say, hey, maybe Gavin and I's work over here wasn't entirely in vain. Maybe the fact that people just routinely and consistently fought back against the pivot from TYT, shoved in their face, hey, this is how horrible it really is. Maybe it is starting to drag them back to a more progressive message. And while they'll never re-earn the trust, you'll never hear donate to TYT come out of my mouth. I would never give that comment a cent. But I think showing that we've shifted, and not just the, Vanguard, obviously, but I mean all of left media has shifted.
It was all us.
Yeah, has shifted the discourse to be no, it's actually gauche to be right-wing. It's actually going to be detrimental to your career to be a MAGA sicko fan in a way that 18 months ago it was really helpful to your career to be a MAGA sicko fan.
Yeah, 100%. And it obviously wasn't just us who realized and acknowledged.
Who did Trump pardon? Oh, Arpaio? Yeah. Yeah, that guy. Now his policy is just national. They call it a Kavanaugh stops, because I guess Kavanaugh was the deciding vote in allowing the racial profiling to happen.
What was happening? You guys remember even Piers Morgan had Anna Kasparian on and said, "What are you pulling a bit of a Dave Rubin? Are you pulling a bit of a Dave Rubin, Anna?" Everyone saw what was happening, but now I do see the beginning of the backtrack occur.
And also, it's too late. It's you could have done that in 2016, 17, 18. It's too late now. It's 10 years later. Again, that bitch who did the essay and handed it to her trans professor, got the professor terminated. How much of a career is she gonna have? How much of a career is Riley Gaines gonna have? I mean, look, dude, Tommy Lauren, Caitlyn Bennett. This is her big comeback. And where's she been? She went on Tim Pool for a comeback, dude. Dave Rubin did it right at the right time, honestly. For as much, fucked up and stupid as he is, he was pretty smart with that turn. Because he got paid, boy.
Specifically with this clip, which I'm quite pleased about. Honestly, I'm quite pleased about. I think it thoroughly vindicates all of our coverage. And I'm happy to hear Anna say this, so let's take a look.
Oops.
By the way, guys, I was so wrong. I knew Trump was going to be bad. I didn't like, just because, when I hear the word fascist, I think of, fascism is a specific ideology. So when Jake and I got into that debate about whether or not Trump is fascist leading up to the election, there wasn't evidence to suggest that he has or believes in a fascist ideology. But what's being carried out right now on the streets of Minnesota,
it's the boys. It's Homelander, okay? It's Homelander and Stormfront. One of them, Homelander, only cares about himself. He wants more of himself. He wants the world to reflect him. Stormfront wants the Aryan race. She wants Nazism because she is a Nazi. Sure. Is there a slight ideological difference? Yes. But does it materially matter for everyone else? Not at all. Fucking threading needles here that don't need to be threaded. For all the ass-kissing Riley Gaines that her husband got targeted for deportation. Yeah. Again, the leopards are coming for your face too, bro. The Empire is going to shoot you in the face too, man. The Empire will send you out untrained into a crowd of rioters and then snipe you to give them an excuse to start a massacre.
These videos of pregnant woman, like there's a video, we're going to get to it later in the show today. Pregnant woman gets dragged out of her car. She wasn't even part of any of the anti-ICE demonstrations. She was just trying to get by. She was driving to an appointment or something.
Man, I wish somebody would have warned about that on the Young Turks like Francesca or Jordan Ewell or countless other people who you degraded and said they were crazy leftists who just wanted to have illegal immigration and open borders and chaos in our streets, and that they wanted the Trende Aragua gang to take over apartments, and they were willing to justify crime because they were crazy. No, Anna, everyone warned you to your face explicitly that these things would happen. We were like, Gestapo thugs will terrorize our streets. Donald Trump is going to be more brazen. He's going to be more vindictive. He's going to be more out in the open. And he's going to be fearless because he's stacked his cabinet full of people who will let him do whatever the fuck he wants to. And he's going to put a bunch of deranged skinheads in charge like Stephen Miller. And they are going to have foot soldiers all over our fucking streets abducting anybody who they want.
There's functionally no difference between an ideological fascist and an opportunist who weaponizes ideology. Exactly. Exactly, dude. Exactly. There's no material difference. It doesn't matter. It's Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. It's Homelander and Stormfront. That's what it is. And again, their excuse was like, well, don't call them fascists because then there's no wiggle room when it comes to like, we want to cozy up to them, basically, was what they didn't say. But now we know that's what exactly what
and
they
you
wanted.
said you're crazy, and look at it here. You have to walk it back. I admire that she's willing to walk it back and say she was wrong, but you have a serious accountability to reckon with, and you owe a lot of people apologies. Fuck the Vanguard, but you need to reach out to Francesca personally and say, I fucked up bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see her apologize. I do think it takes some guts to admit you were wrong about something that you were that
a little
wrong
bit.
about. I mean,
Not that
it's
much
embarrassing.
guts.
It's humiliating for anyone to do it. I don't think either of us really like coming out here and admitting that we were wrong about something. So, credit where credit is due. I think it's worth acknowledging.
It's worth acknowledging, sure. But it's not that hard. You just have to not have the biggest ego in the world to be like, you know what? I was wrong. It's okay. Hey, folks, I was wrong about Andrew Yang. I was wrong about Tulsi Gabbard. My bad. Good thing I didn't have a platform with millions of people watching.
Acknowledging that, but I also do totally agree. Lots of people warned you. We warned her. Lots of people said this. She shamed them all. She acted like they were stupid. And she's still repeating lies, saying that, there was no evidence that Trump held a fascistic worldview or that Trump was in any way a fascist. Are you kidding me, bro? I distinctly remember the whole month leading up to the re-election of Donald Trump, there was news story after news story about how Trump was a fucking secret Hitler-loving, Hitler-reading Nazi. I remember tuning into fucking MSNBC and they wouldn't shut the fuck up about this. How, like, Trump literally read Mein Kampf. He literally quoted Hitler. He was familiar with the words and the writings of Adolf fucking Hitler. People were warning you about this. Just like how we were warning everyone that Jeffrey Epstein had called Donald Trump his best fucking friend, right? And then all these idiots like Candace Owen and Tucker Carlson or whoever want to come out here and act like, what? I'm so shocked that Trump is apparently implicated in the Epstein files. Yeah, no fucking shit. It was us screaming that from the top of our goddamn lungs, in addition to a bunch of, the liberal media that people want to write off as cringy or Trump derangement syndrome. Guess what? They were accurately identifying Trump as a fucking Nazi, and that's pretty crazy that you failed your progressive audience so hard that MSNBC, the corporate network MSNBC, did a better fucking job educating their audience about the threat that Donald Trump represented instead of the home of progressives, who's supposed to be this antidote to corporate media and to the cable networks. Well, guess what? Fucking Rachel Maddow had a lot more of a fucking clear-eyed understanding of what was coming down the pipeline and who Trump actually was than you did, who now apparently a year later the country has been engulfed in fucking flames and taken over by literal Gestapos. Now it's like, oh yeah, the Vanguard was right, and so was everyone else on the left who was fucking screaming at me. So again, I do think it takes a lot of guts to admit you were wrong. I appreciate Anna doing that and being honest, but you're 100% right. Next, for me to really to regain any real trust in this network, they would have to apologize to Francesca Fiorentini, who got this 100% right. They'd have to reach out and apologize to Sam and Emma, who they totally threw under the fucking bus and called grifting fucking crony or whatever. Low rent grifters.
The audiobook of Mein Kampf, hosted by Audible. Get yours free with a subscription, free trial subscription.
Again, accurately pushing back on some of their bullshit, hysterical rhetoric, and a whole laundry list of other people who we've talked about at length too.
Yeah, Olayemi Olurin. But yeah, I do want to finish out this clip from Anna.
Oh yeah, 100%.
There's a video, we're going to get to it later in the show today. Pregnant woman gets dragged out of her car. She wasn't even part of any of the anti-ICE demonstrations. She was just trying to get by. She was driving to an appointment or something. I've seen now multiple videos of innocent people who are they're not obstructing, they're not getting involved, they're doing nothing other than standing kind of like away off to the side and filming ICE as they're, raining terror on people. And the ICE agents walk up to them and literally knock them to the ground. American citizens. I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming.
Good.
I'm such an idiot.
Good.
Anyway, let's get back to
because that is nice to hear.
I'm sorry. I feel guilt every single day that I didn't see this coming. I'm such an idiot. Anyway, let's get back to the show.
So again, I do genuinely want to. I know, like, we've criticized Anna at length. I do genuinely think it's a positive development in the situation, and I am willing to say that, like, I don't know. I'm willing to. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I'm glad to see it. As much as we criticize Anna and
glad to see it, but this is step one. Like I said, the other day watching the Joe Rogan clips, like, okay, you admit it on air, good. That's baby step one. If you do step 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and keep taking steps, okay. We reevaluate, we keep watching, we monitor the situation. But if this is it, and then she's going to keep going, but I still don't want to be called a birthing person, and homeless people are still a problem, then what are you doing?
Hypocrisy. I think it's definitely a good development. I'm willing to celebrate it. I'm even willing to forgive Anna, if she continues in this direction and continues to be a seriously effective and fierce critic of this fascist administration. Yeah, I'm willing to forgive her and Cenk if they continue to go back in the right direction, back towards the left, and assuming they hopefully make amends with some of the people who they viciously smeared and threw under the bus. I think it does take guts to say that, yeah, I'm not only am I wrong, but I'm humiliated by it every fucking day. That's tough, especially for someone like Anna Kasparian, who has this big ego and a big career and all these followers. Like, that genuinely does take some guts, and I do just want to say shout out to Anna for making that admission, because I'm glad to see it.
I think that's extremely fair of you. I would say that I would also like to, I'm happy to see it, but I would like to see her follow up by maybe addressing some of the financial decisions that she's made, going to work for PVD, which is a MAGA propaganda network, the Valuetainment Network. something that exploits the popularity of MAGA for profit and misleads people and is extremely shady. I would like for TYT to stop accepting money from Chapter, the Medicare advisory company founded by Vivek Ramaswamy that took a bunch of money from JD Vance. But I totally agree with you. And I think it's very big of you, Gavin, because Anna Kasparian has said a bunch of stupid shit about us, man. She's called us liars. She's called us pathetic. She said that we were small and that we would never amount to anything. And they called us silly and Billy, and we had to rebrand ourselves to be like, fuck you. You can't hurt us. We're 1% the size of your bullshit fucking network, and we're going to be a big thorn in your fucking ass until you correct the course. But we're both happy to correct the course, and we'll call balls and strikes, and we'll say, hey, moving forward, this is the analysis of TYT if they continue with this correction. But one thing I wanted to play for you and for everyone else is a little segment, a montage of Anna Kasparian talking about her news diet over the last 18 months and the kind of things that she's been listening to. And I want everybody to remind themselves that even somebody who spent over a decade debunking right-wing news, somebody who spent over a decade professionally reacting to and dismantling right-wing lies and propaganda for a living, starts to consume that media, and they start to have their entire worldview manipulated.
Hey, Wanda, how you doing? Welcome on in here. So she's found the light, okay, but I still won't be watching. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Again, this is baby step number 1. Admit you were wrong on camera, publicly. Fine. Step 2, apologize. Privately or publicly to every single fucking person. Betty, Olay, Emma, Christina, Francesca, Jordan Yule, who's the other guy on there? Everyone. Sam. Them. Silly and Billy. Apologize. Prostrate yourself. You must atone. You must atone. And if you go, well, I shouldn't have to do that, I put 20 years in, then you didn't mean it. You didn't mean it. Also, DS9, I didn't notice the DS9 in your handle. I'm not yet quite finished with Star Trek TNG, but I believe DS9 is next. If I have my Star Trek right, I am enjoying it. I am enjoying TNG. So I will be going into DS9 afterwards.
And changed to such a degree that Anna left the left. Let's not forget that. She left the left and called herself unaligned and, continued to deny the fascism of Donald Trump. So let's get...
She didn't just leave the left. She said she was never left-wing. She was always kind of centrist. She likes Tucker Carlson. She likes Candace Owens, who's now saying Charlie Kirk is a time traveler. She likes, again. And it's also fair for any of the people that she's wronged, if she does like an alcoholic, honestly. Like, you can apologize. They have every right to not accept your apology. But that shouldn't stop you.
Let's hear from the horse's mouth what might have led to this.
Giving myself the opportunity to listen to your podcast to figure out who you really are, because of course I had very strong thoughts about who you are.
Really?
Yeah, but I realized that it was based on clips that I would watch of you that had gone viral. And they had gone viral because they were offensive, or you had said something that was...
Viral like syphilis is viral.
Pretty much. I mean, you should think of it that way, because it was mostly painting you in a very negative light. What you've been talking about lately, hits at the heart of what I care most about. And
Tucker Carlson said that immigrants make the country dirtier. Point blank, period. And then used an example of, well, at my country house, it was very clean, and then all of a sudden this immigrant family moved in to that area around the lake, and then there was trash everywhere. So one family who you don't know are immigrants, they're just poly-Hispanic, but also that does not take away, or it does not bolster your point of immigrants make the country dirtier. That is just white supremacist shit. And bitch, that's not a clip out of context. She's just fucking gobbling over here.
That's the importance
Embarrassing.
of this country representing the American people. The importance of the United States being a sovereign country that has politicians and a government that prioritizes the American people as opposed to a foreign government. And speaking out the way you've been speaking out about some of these issues takes a lot of courage because it goes against the grain and it goes against, decades of propaganda and conditioning in American media. For the first...
So in that clip, clearly talking about how much Tucker Carlson content she's consumed, and we played the clip the other day with Sam of Tucker Carlson applauding Donald Trump with a bunch of oil executives who were very pleased with him after he abducted Nicolas Maduro. So not exactly an authentic anti-war guy, but he exploited real honest people's desire to hear Israel be checked and challenged, right? To hear us talk about to hear...
You're going to love DS9. You can't wait to hear my thoughts. I appreciate that. And they're right. Again, because of the Democratic Party's absence and abdication of any kind of stance and the proliferation of right-wing media over left-wing media, people are going to hear Tucker Carlson talk about Israel far before they hear anything Sam Cedar has to say. You know, good for Emma and Sam for getting on like CNN, MSNBC and reiterating like we shouldn't be allies with Israel. But it just gives it a wedge for Democrats to be like, well, now you sound like Tucker Carlson, so you're right wing, or you're Nick Fuentes. I mean, fucking the ADL is trying to get Hassan Piker banned from Twitch and YouTube. Not one word about Nick Fuentes. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Exactly 2 words. They just said Nick Fuentes and also Hassan Piker. Ooh, let me go off about that guy. I hate that guy so goddamn much. Matter of fact, let me see if I can get this clip. Yes, I'm emailing myself a clip because that's how I get it on my computer because I am old. We gotta get our laundry ready.
People talk.
1 second, folks. Look at this.
Rising anti-Zionism on the left.
I'm going to talk
Despite
about this
people
on
on the left.
Tuesday.
So what I try to do at ADL, what we try to do, is to provide data, is to provide tools, is to step up, but often quietly behind the scenes. It doesn't help. I don't think it helps the Jewish people, and it doesn't disarm them when I go after Nick Fuentes or Hassan Piker, a revolting person. You should call him Hamas Piker. He's here in L.A., and he's just a putrid, says horrible, slanderous things about Jews, about Zionists, about Israel.
And has a big platform.
Yeah, so you might not know Hassan Piker, but if your kids are watching video games, you better believe they do. Because on Twitch and on Steam, he's everywhere, let alone on YouTube and Insta. So anyways, long story short, we definitely are working a lot to try to get the platforms to kind of enforce their own terms of service so that we can pull down the most offensive hate speech or get them to do it.
Jacob says, is anyone talking about the allegations that Israelis are starting fires in Argentina because the president changed the laws about whether public land could be sold? I don't know. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. I will look into that right after this break because I got to get my laundry together. I'll be Okay. We are back, folks. But yeah, exactly like this. Like, he just compares Hassan to Nick Fuentes and then just goes off on Hassan without saying one word about Nick Fuentes other than, well, you know, that lunatic. Here's another lunatic. They don't have any ideological differences. Jonathan Greenblatt is more mad at me, an avowed anti-Zionist, than Nick Fuentes, an open anti-Semite. Very interesting priorities for this asshole. Indeed. Indeed.
Talk about how America isn't as sovereign as it once was, right? Anna Kasparian, a professional, fell for his con, and I think that's worth examining, as we'll hear again here.
Time in my life, I'm watching Candace Owens's show pretty much on a regular basis. I think, she says things that I don't agree with, that's for sure. But I really appreciate what she has to say about what's been going down in Gaza. I agree with her on Israel for sure. And I find what she has to say about the investigation into the assassination of Charlie Kirk both fascinating, and I think what she's doing is justified.
And, he's a time traveler, and the people have a right to know. But
this is the funniest part, dude. We got to watch that clip.
Not to shame Anna or embarrass her, but it's to show that I think your media diet, no matter who you are, can really, really change your perception of the world and impede your judgment.
100%. Yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. It seems like that might have contributed to some of the worst commentary we heard from Anna Kasparian over the last couple of years, was just regurgitating those ridiculous points as if they were valid. So yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to let Anna off the hook too easy. I think, as you said, she has a lot of work to do to earn back the trust of anyone who's on the left, quite frankly. But I'm just saying, I am glad to see her admit that she was wrong. That's my only point. That's the first step towards some level of making peace with those who you pissed off so much in the first place. And I'm glad to see her take that step of admitting she was wrong. I do think it's meaningful, because she probably does feel shame and humiliation over that.
Well, hold on here. Looks like Candace Owens got someone gunning for her spot.
Renee Nicole Good.
I mean, okay. You can already see it in the text here. Maybe I shouldn't play this on YouTube. Whatever. I'll save this for Tuesday, but someone's coming for Candace Owens' spot here. This is what I wanted to play here. This is what Candace Owens is on right now.
He was a time traveler. He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages? And again, not anything that
yes.
I would have placed so much emphasis on back when he was saying it, but it came to fruition. The other parts, he did die young. Why did he think that him dying young was necessary in order to change things? He did die young. It is related to Turning Point USA. In some way or another, at the very least, we could all agree it's related to him speaking at a campus event for Turning Point USA. I'm totally occupied by this. I tell you, I read these messages and I'm going, what is this? What is reality, actually? And Charlie died. Yes, like I said, it was related to this organization. And I think we would all agree that his death and the manner that they did it changed the world in ways that I don't think we can fully realize, or certainly not in a way that I can articulate. You just cannot pretend that all of this is one big unhappy coincidence. It's entirely plausible, I think plausible, that they knew something about Charlie.
That he was
and
a time
that's why
traveler.
they had him marked and had him monitored and had him likely
The they there is so vague. It's right. It's Jews, right? We don't like Mossad or whatever. But here's another one who makes it easy for any criticism of Israel to just be like, oh, you're like Candace Owens, you're a lunatic, you think there's time travelers?
followed since he was young, and maybe they thought
this is just grief.
The agents think that if they swarmed him,
honestly, she's showing more grief than Erica.
and they stayed with him and they pretended to be his friend, that ultimately they could control Charlie and perhaps change an outcome. They could literally change in outcome related to Charlie. So when for the first time in his life, because I do
There's one person responsible for his death, and he's in custody. Tyler Robinson is in custody.
believe he was managed. I mean, I've already said I was handled. I didn't recognize that I had agents. For the first time in his life, Charlie peeks his head up and starts to push back in a meaningful way. They couldn't stop him from becoming bigger. That seemed to be inevitable. But they panicked. They seem to have panicked, right? I mean, this is just starting to happen within a year, where Charlie's going like, hey, man, I don't actually think this. I don't actually believe this. And then he goes, you know what? Take the money. Take the money out of the organization. And they panicked. They freaked out. And their solution was, no, just kill him. Just kill him. We can't have this.
Yeah, because this is what Aaron Kasparian finds so fascinating. So intriguing. What's this? All right, the Aiden Ross thing. All right. I might touch on that.
As she fucking should, given the country we now live in, thanks to the excuses made by people like her. So, yeah, I have mixed feelings on it. I'm glad to see her hopefully coming back to the right side of things. And I do think she's done a good job on a lot of shows lately. Like, I thought she kicked ass on Piers Morgan the other day. She was just on there on a panel. I thought she did a great job. You know, I think she's been doing a little bit better. So that's worth acknowledging.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, we also gave her credit for kicking ass on that CNN panel the other day. She seems to really be embarrassed with herself for falling for this con. And we were really angry with Anna for a long time because I thought that she was way too smart to ever fall for it. But I also think this is a really important time, you know, and Gavin's kind of taken the lead for people on the left to show some grace, to have some humility and be like, if you want to reform, we will accept you, but you better keep walking the walk. One, half-assed apology on a live stream is not going to cut it, no matter how bad you say you feel.
Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Because that's what matters the most is the message that's being espoused. And again, as long as she continues to be a fierce and effective critic of the Trump regime and of Israel, yeah, no complaints from me. Just shut the fuck up about trans people and stop talking about dicks in the locker room or whatever, and stay focused on what actually matters, which, yes, is criticizing Israel, as you've done several times in a very effective way, and pointing out the fascism inherent to the Trump regime, which now seems to fucking rule this country. And it's important that we have people that are speaking out about that are radicalizing their fellow Americans to understand what's actually happening. And I do think she's done a pretty good job of that in the last month, 2 months, whatever. You know, so obviously there's lots of cringe here that we'll continue to cover when we have to. But I just want to encourage, I want to encourage her to keep going back in the right direction, because she is here to stay. She's not going to retire from media. She's not going to go, do something else. She is here to stay. And yeah, I'd rather her be on the right side of fucking history than not.
Yep. Very well said.
I want to get to this Aiden Ross stuff, and I want to
eBay, as always. Guaranteed authentic. Let me guess.
eBay. Now a local tax expert will do your taxes for $150 all in.
But first, I want to check out some more Vanguard stuff, because they're always so good. Ooh, more. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to check this out because I'm not going to watch the entire I've Had It podcast, but I do want to check out some highlights.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is still on some crack, and she's still on some Iron Age crazy Christian crack. But she doesn't care to protect young LGBTQ plus American children. And she still has very offensive postings outside of her office. There are only 2 genders. And let me tell you something, as a woman from Oklahoma City, I have a couple of friends that have trans children. This is painful. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes up in rural Oklahoma and says, you know what? I want to fuck with everybody today. I'm going to say I'm a different gender. It is a very painful process surrounded by the most judgmental, righteous, obnoxious, hateful Christians white evangelicals are what I'm talking about. And it is horrific. So I appreciate part of Marjorie Taylor Greene's journey, but I don't buy all of it.
Yeah, huge shout out to Gin and Pumps, big fans of the I've Had It podcast over here. And ultimately, I think this is, more of a fun story than anything, in my opinion. I don't actually have any beef with Gin and Pumps for inviting Cenk Uygur on the show. I mean, sure, obviously, if we had Cenk on our show, we would ask a different set of questions. We might have a few more tough questions for Cenk, obviously, given the history and the nature of our commentary on the subject matters. But just to be totally honest, cards on the table, despite everything we're going to talk about as it relates to Cenk Uygur and some of these comments that were left under the I've Had It podcast video. I really don't blame them for having Cenk Uygur on the show. I can understand why they would have him on, given all the other prominent progressive hosts and commentators they've had on. But I do think it's interesting and very telling and quite satisfying to see the reaction from the comment section, and to see the fact that some people have been paying attention to our reporting on the Young Turks and all of the kind of scammy behavior from Cenk
during my
himself.
interview.
So Zach, do you want to take a look at some of these comments here and just
a lot of them were like, tell the
see
truth.
what people are saying in the wake of this appearance?
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, I do feel bad for the I've Had It podcast ladies, because they had no idea what was coming when they accidentally booked Cenk Uygur. And yeah, Gavin, to your point, it does show that people are taking notice of the exposing that our shows and shows like us have been doing.
Yeah, 100%. And I think some of that came from the fact that they titled this episode Billionaire Ass Kissers. And a lot of people said, well, maybe, maybe you should have asked Cenk about his billionaire ass kissing and money taking and corporate sponsoring and yada, 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 selling different scams on his audience like Noble Mobile and all this kind of crap. But
JD Vance's Medicare advisory company with Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yep. So, here's a top comment saying, please ask Cenk about his Peter Thiel Polymarket money. Someone says, I wonder if they will address these comments. I hope so we can trust. And again, that's in reference to a lot of the comments that were sort of questioning why they didn't push back more on Cenk or ask him about some of the corporate sponsorships, the union busting, the firing of employees like Francesca and other progressives, et cetera, et cetera. But, here's someone saying Cenk's channel is sponsored by Polymarket. Tell them again why you're not a billionaire bootlicker when Peter Thiel signs your paychecks. Obviously, in case anyone's not familiar, Cenk's channel is I don't think it's currently still taking any Polymarket money. They don't currently refer to their studio as the Polymarket studio. But for about 2 months or so leading up to the election, last election, November 2025, they had this Polymarket sponsorship, and they were quite literally calling their studio the Polymarket studio after taking a shit ton of money from the company Polymarket, who, by the way, helped Donald Trump win that election. Just saying. That's kind of the whole purpose of why Polymarket was thrust on the public, was to make it look like Donald Trump had this massive fucking lead and it's inevitable. That's a widely known fact.
In addition to that, they also massively participated in the enshittification of our entire life by allowing gambling to take over. It used to be totally illegal to gamble on whether or not an election was going to break one way or another. It used to be illegal
Nevada
to bet on things
and
that you could not
parts
expect
of New Jersey,
a bookie to
wherever
keep
there was
reasonably
casinos,
neutral, right? So the idea of what's going to be the most
it was
Googled
state
thing
by
tomorrow,
state, county by county.
That's something that somebody's going to be able to very easily get insider information on, and there's no way to regulate them against anonymously betting on it, okay? So that's not a good thing to have wagers on. We used to have a lot of laws against that, and then people like Peter Thiel and his lobbyists basically manipulated lawmakers to allow them to exploit loopholes in the laws so that you would buy shares of these bets and wagers, and it would basically allow them to get around existing laws, as Silicon Valley does so well, to the exploitation of the people participating. That's why you've seen a thunderous rise in not just Polymarket, but a bunch of knockoffs like it, like Kalshi as well. And right here, exploit or call him as you see him, con man. That's exactly what Cenk Uygur is. I think it's totally fair.
I think the guy from Kalshi just said he wants to make every single moment of existence profitable or monetizable.
in 2026 to identify him as such, as a con man, particularly because of the fact that he's literally backtracked his position on Medicare for All. We can document it. We have documented it. Go back to Cenk Uygur 10 years ago. He was constantly talking about Medicare for All. Now he supports a public option if you force him, but even on his website now for all of his super PACs that he's grifting off of, it just says.
Let's cover 10 pro tips for working with the Cursor agent. So I've got Cursor open and my agent on the right.
You know, negotiating collectively over big pharma prices. I mean, it's really, really fallen a long way. And that's in correlation with him taking money from JD Vance's and Vivek Ramaswamy's Medicare advisory company. So obviously he doesn't want everybody to get Medicare for All anymore.
Yeah, and if we go down here, you know, someone points out that Cenk was just dragging Mamdani weeks before the election, but apparently has something nice to say about Nick Fuentes. I can't with the left is perpetually crawling rightward in a center, to a center when the right shifts further and further towards fascism. We have to call a spade a spade. Here's someone that says, I love what you ladies do, but there's no way I'm watching a video of Cenk that is anything less than highly critical. I imagine that comrade is a fan of the van.
And this is a massively upvoted comment down here. Some of them down here are really massively upvoted. If we scroll back, I used to be a paid subscriber to TYT 2 years ago, and I completely cut them off because of their centrist shift. And I just want to remind everybody, right? Maybe you come across this and you're like, oh, I love that. I've had it podcast, ladies. Like, you know, I'd never heard of Cenk. He says he runs the biggest, oldest progressive network on YouTube. You might be like, what's so bad about this guy? He seemed to say a lot of nice things, even if he was, you know, a little abrasive. This was Cenk after the election, guys. This was Cenk after Donald Trump got reelected and came into office the second time. He said, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. And then he went on to talk about how Donald Trump is not a fascist and how he was willing to collaborate with MAGA, and he would tweet doggedly at Elon Musk to talk about how he wanted to help with Doge. And he basically validated and participated in the laundering of Donald Trump during the last portion of Joe Biden's administration and into the early portions of the Donald Trump 2.0 term. He belittled Francesca Fiorentini on air for talking about how Donald Trump was not just going to put criminals in concentration camps and abduct them off the streets, but innocent people. She warned that nobody would be safe, and he humiliated her, and he fired her, even though he couldn't fire her on air because she was willing to stand up to his bullshit and talk about his lies. All kinds of things have gone down in the background since then, and Cenk basically rolled out the carpet for all of the Donald Trump grifting. So if we seem like, or the comment section seems like they're particularly anti-Cenk, it's because he participated in a ton of very pro-Donald Trump content making, and he viciously antagonized all of the people who, like Jennifer and Pumps, did such a good job of warning how evil Donald Trump would be.
Oh, we
melted. And in addition to that post you put up on screen on X, he also kept talking about on the main show how, you know, he'd rather be out in the populist woods than trapped in the establishment prison that was represented by Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. Again, basically saying that it's low-key better if MAGA wins because they're not the establishment. Kamala and Biden, they're the establishment. Trump is a populist. He's an outsider. You know, just total idiotic logic. But yeah, these comments continue.
Not getting enough wood.
WTF, Cenk is a proud capitalist. He's pretending to be a progressive here, but now he's a populist, quote unquote. Come on, ladies. I loved you both, but you missed the mark with this one. He's been bought by Peter Thiel. And this one says, wait, this title is fitting given how TYT is sponsored by Peter Thiel's Poly Market. So pretty funny stuff. It seems like a lot of people, you know, were upset about this. Were pretty pissed off.
These two highly upvoted. Poly Market's valuation is approximately $9 billion. Same company that sponsors TYT. Wait, is Cenk the guest or the subject of this episode about billionaire ass kissers? Hilarious.
That's fucking great.
100%. I was not expecting this many negative comments about Cenk. I almost feel bad for Jen and Pumps, who, you know, didn't really know what they were walking into with this one, I guess. Not that it's going to ultimately impact their channel at all. Their recent videos have been doing
I think, honestly, what this shows is that a lot of people were hungry for leftist content. That's probably why their podcast blew up so quick. Or, I don't know how quick it did, but like over the last year and a half, 2 years, They went from I don't know who these people are to go them, and she's getting on CNN and shit. But yeah, people on YouTube, they remember. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Fantastic. They've been getting tons of views, way more than TYT, to be completely
Needs
honest.
more wood, bro.
But yeah, I mean, a lot of people seem to not have forgotten nor forgiven what Jake and Anna were up to right before and right after the re-election of Donald Trump. Obviously, their cringy comments continue, but that was the real concentration of the manufacturing consent that we saw for the Trump agenda. It was so disgusting. As much as they want to backtrack, there's no taking that away. As Zach put up on screen, Donald Trump was literally celebrating the defeat of the establishment after Donald Trump was re-elected. So here's some more. I assume the billionaire ass kissers is referring to Jank, since his very own TYT is sponsored by Peter Thiel's Polymarket. Not Jank. Come on, ladies, you're better than that. Oh no, I just started. They had Jank, an almost 2-hour episode. Imagine my disappointment that Jank was the guest. I made it to about 48 minutes. Yada, yada, yada. So why do we not see pushback on interviews anymore? Again, I don't really care that they didn't grill Jank. I don't really think
I don't
it was
think
like,
they knew
what
to grill him on. If they did, I don't think they would have had him on, honestly.
Duty to sit down and like nail his balls to the wall. And honestly, if you do watch the conversation, I think for the most part it was like 90% totally fine. Like, you know, Jank didn't say anything so objectionable that they really had to jump down his throat or push back in an aggressive way. You know, Jank is pretty good at like code switching. You know, when he's on a show that he knows is hosted by liberals or leftists, like he's gonna keep it together. He's not gonna say anything super out of pocket. He's not gonna start like, you know, giving praise to fucking Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson. He'll reserve that for when he's on a more right-wing coded show like PBD, right? And then he'll be pandering to their audience, which again is just like code switching depending on which audience he's trying to grift off of, and which, you know, people he's talking to.
Yeah, he did make the mistake of praising Marjorie Taylor Greene, and to Jen and Pump's credit, they did grill him for that and be like, yeah, well, I don't really care. She's a super anti-LGBTQ, anti-trans
Oh, do you have the
bigot.
timestamp for that?
Not handy, but I think if we search really quickly, we could find it here. I'm also happy to do it.
We'll pull that up in a second. Someone,
Yeah.
this one is really good, and luckily it got upvoted. Please have some of his ex-employees like Francesca Fiorentini on next. So I really like that, because again, this whole TYT beef, it's not about us. It's more about people like Francesca and Hank and Bonnie and Lance from the Surfs and all the many members of the Young Turks family, quote unquote, that were cut out and whose perspectives were censored because they dared to push back or criticize the direction that TYT was going in. This person says, please call him out. So many, right? And I know there's a couple in here that even reference the Vanguard. I can try to find those as well. Shout out to the comrades who left comments mentioning the Vanguard. Super cool to see this person say, get the Vanguard lads on as guests. Definitely ask Jank about them when he's on. It'll make his day. So that's pretty funny. They did not ask about the Vanguard lads, but still pretty cool to see someone bring up the show. Here's another one. God, they just keep going. This one has 361 upvotes. I moved away from TYT about a year ago when they started turning right. We can't work with MAGA. We have to stand up to fascism in spite of them. And it really fell off the deep end. So, yeah, just almost a never-ending list of comments here as it relates to Jank Uger and him being a secret billionaire lover and them not properly holding him to account, which, again, is pretty funny, kind of satisfying to see.
Completely agree.
I wonder if the next episode they're going to be like, hey, we're sorry about that guy.
Being a grifter. This is Jank being a con man. Gavin and I have no ill will towards the I've Had a podcast hosts. I actually think they're fantastic. I think they've been a breath of fresh air. And what we're not going to allow is Jank to go unchecked as he wiggles his way back into the algorithm, as he climbs into these people's living rooms and lies to them. Because you made a great point. It's not about us. But in addition to the ex-employees, it's about all the people who donated their hard-earned money to TYT, right? They built them an entire studio, the People Studio. They fundraised hundreds of thousands of dollars for that project alone, in addition to the, I would say, probably millions of dollars in small dollar contributions over the years to the Young Turks, right? And then they renamed that entire studio the Polymarket Studio as they embraced a right-wing pivot to boot, as they turned their back on Medicare for All as a pillar of their show, as they immediately started to embrace anti-homelessness talking points, pro-ICE talking points, pro-MAGA talking points across the board, taking issue with anybody on the left who dared to stand up proudly and assertively against Donald Trump and say, oh, you just have Donald Trump derangement syndrome, basically repeating right-wing propaganda as he continued to have on people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, as he broke bread with Charlie Kirk before he got killed. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't have said it better myself. Do you want to take a look at this Marjorie Taylor Greene clip? Because I actually did not catch this one. I'm excited to hear the pushback that you say they offer up.
Yeah, so it's not like it's a like super contentious debate, but I did catch a glimpse of this on Twitter yesterday.
Once you get yourself off of that drug, you go, oh, wait, what do the voters want?
Oh, he's talking about hating the right wing. The drug is hating the right wing.
The voters want us to represent them. Duh, right? Like I called up Marjorie Taylor Greene and asked her to join Ro Khanna's bill on lowering drug prices. She went and analyzed it, came back to me a week later and said, yeah, I'm in. I'm co-sponsor. We've got to get them off the crack. The crack is corporate and foreign government money. So why would you vote for someone on crack, right?
I have to jump
driven by
in.
the drug, not by you.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is still on some crack, and she's still on some Iron Age crazy Christian crack. And where we live and all through the Bible Belt South, you have a combination of people that are high on capitalism and high on Jesus. And it is a cancer, and it is spread through these mega churches. And I appreciate that Marjorie Taylor Greene sees some light about Israel and that she cares to protect Palestinian children, but she doesn't care to protect young LGBTQ plus American children. And she still has very offensive postings outside of her office. There are only two genders. And let me tell you something, as a woman from Oklahoma City, I have a couple of friends that have trans children. This is painful. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes up in rural Oklahoma and says, you know what? I want to fuck with everybody today. I'm going to say I'm a different gender. I'm going to get everybody to call me demonic. I'm going to fuck with the, I'm going to go play some D1 sport and all this bullshit. It is a very painful process surrounded by the most judgmental, righteous, obnoxious, hateful Christians. White evangelicals are what I'm talking about. And it is horrific. So I appreciate part of Marjorie Taylor Greene's journey, but I don't buy all of it, because I think you have to link human rights. They're all linked. Universal human rights. It's why I stand up against, and I'm embarrassed about my past ambient Islamophobia. It shames me, but I've evolved as a person, both morally and politically, and I have to value against, fighting against Islamophobia, fighting against anti-Semitism, fighting against transphobia, fighting against homophobia. And if somebody says, oh, you Democrats are too into these culture wars, I would be like, you know what? Fuck you. This is a free country. If you can throw a trans person under the bus and you feel good about it, fuck you, go live somewhere else, because it's not your business if somebody is trans or not. When we were growing up, we're all around the same age. How much did we say all the time? Well, it's a free country. Yeah, well.
WGU's RN to BSN program is the largest in the country. With a CCNE accredited curriculum,
See, I like
you'll
that without
graduate
even knowing
Nobody says that.
his grift. They push back on the Marjorie Taylor Greene thing, because of course it's lunacy to be like, oh yeah, no, she's principled.
Shit anymore, because everybody's all up in everybody's business. If we have an economic
That's
message,
such a great framing too. I love the way she talks about trans issues through a lens of freedom and liberty, and goddamn, this is America. People can do whatever the fuck they want, specifically in their personal lives. Stay the fuck out of my business. Stay the fuck out of my bedroom. What the hell is going on? Beautifully put. So powerfully articulated. And, some people in the comments were saying they didn't push back on Cenk enough. That might have been the case. But I thought that in that moment, that was brilliant. pushback to him trying to rope in Marjorie Taylor Greene once again. Oh, she's an ally. She's so awesome because she agreed with me this one time and she answers my phone calls and comes on my shitty show. And Jin's like, what are you talking about? This person's a fucking villain. This person demonizes our neighbors, some of our most marginalized community members, the trans community, the LGBT community, which is just as much under attack right the fuck now as it ever has been in my entire life, thanks to the horrific, rabid, hateful bigotry of MAGA and Donald Trump. I mean, transphobia has never been more popular, more permissible, more normalized in my entire life, even though we've talked so much about how, oh, you know, LGBT issues have come so far and gay marriage is legalized, and why the fuck is it so popular and so acceptable in society right now to be a total goddamn bigot as it relates to trans people? And I think that has rubbed off on Jake, because it doesn't stop him from celebrating Marjorie Taylor Greene. It straight up doesn't. He's made arguments over and over again that who cares if someone disagrees with you on matters of basic human fucking rights? Who cares? You know, who cares? You can overlook that. Well, I think Jayden makes a pretty good case that actually you can't overlook that. Not if you're claiming to be a humanitarian interested in justice and interested in freedom for all human beings.
Yeah, that 90 seconds or whatever we just watched has so much star power in it. Jennifer Welch is so valuable to the left, the progressive movement. To hear someone like her articulate what she just did so effortlessly, so off the cuff, it shows that she spent a ton of time actually talking to people who disagree with her, right? So many people in media have spent zero time actually
and also,
talking.
It's just like, yeah, I can give her credit for like this thing and this other thing, but these 10 other things that she's doing is still awful. And one of those is trans people. And you don't just throw that away and go like, well, it's like a who cares position. It's like, no, people care.
To people who disagree with them. She shut Jank the fuck up, and she did it so politely. And she did it by establishing a through line, right? Here are some things, I'm going to throw them out there, Jank, that I know are important to you. And why I have to take those issues so seriously is the same reason that I have to take this issue seriously. It's the same reason why I have to stand against anti-Semitism. It's the same reason that I would have to stand against any form of bigotry, because it's immoral. And I believe in a fundamental center baseline. These are human rights. We cannot take them away. We cannot cross them. Nobody's allowed to trample on them. Those are my firm beliefs. That's the bedrock of everything I build my politics off of. And for her to establish that to him and then go for the twofer, which Gavin pointed out, going and rooting it in America. This is freedom. We're a free country. You know, you don't like it, leave it. Like, you gonna do your best to change it. You're allowed to hate monger. You're allowed to spread bigotry. Well, guess what? I'm allowed to tell you to go fuck yourself. And Jank has no comeback for this. He has no ability to be like, oh, yeah, well, you're right. I you know, like, oh, shucks. You know, I actually do hate Marjorie Taylor. No, he's just standing there flabbergasted, and she took all the power from the room, and this is why she's been such a breakout sensation, because she didn't moralize, she didn't woke scold, she just came from the heart. She was like, this is where I'm at, man. This is how I feel, and that's why, while I appreciate what you're saying about this one good thing this person does, she's still my fucking enemy, because I don't care that she supports that if she's going to throw these other marginalized people under the bus.
But Zach, this one's really funny because obviously we took a look at the comment section and how many people were complaining and pointing out the issues with Jank and, you know, all that kind of stuff, right? What would you, before we take a look at this next clip of Jank on the Young Turks responding to someone who brought up the backlash in the comment section, I just want you to answer this question. What do you think were like the top 2 or 3 reasons why, or top 3, what do you think are the top like 2 or 3 reasons why Jank was getting called out in those comment sections? And you guys just saw it. We're not lying about anything. We're not omitting shit. What would you say were the themain substantive criticisms being made?
If I'm Jank, what I think Jank is going to say, or what I, as an analyst?
Like objectively, not through Jank's eyes, but like just before we hear Jank's excuses, what do you think were the most common criticisms being made?
Number 1, Polymarket Studio, renaming it Polymarket 2. Number 2, how he's treated his ex-employees, sometimes mentioning Francesca by name, but other times not mentioning Francesca by name, and other people too. And then I would say the third thing would be being like broadly being soft on MAGA, trying to cuddle up to MAGA. A lot about Peter Thiel and Polymarket, and a lot about former employees. But I would say the third thing would be cuddling up to MAGA.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's accurate. But let's hear if Jake, lists any of those reasons as reasons why there was backlash. Just get a load of this fucking insane gaslighting that you're about to hear.
I saw I've had an interview today, Cenk, and you did a great job. I think you gave Jennifer and Pumps food for thought. I was shocked that 95% of the comments were harsh against them and you, including XTYT. I don't know how you can reach those so against you. It's a shame. So, Jack, there's three different phenomenon going on now. So, number one, some of the old Hillary supporters have never let it go, and they're never, ever going to.
Hillary supporters. He's calling Sam Cedar a Hillary supporter. That's my guess. Instead of saying like Majority Report supporters, he'll say Hillary supporters. That's my guess, because that's what Jimmy Dore would do.
Let it go. It doesn't matter if I've had it as turned around and Brian Tyler Cohen has turned around and everybody's turned around. Nope. The Hillary dead enders will hate us forever.
He doesn't know what year it is. He doesn't know what year it is. Nobody cares about Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton? Are you kidding me? Irrelevant.
I did not see a single mention of Hillary Clinton in the entire comment section. And we scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. I mean, I don't see a single goddamn Hillary Clinton supporter online, period. But definitely not in that comment section. I don't think there was a single, quote-unquote, Hillary dead-ender in that whole fucking comment section. And I'm pretty sure any of the people that still support Hillary Clinton and that style of corporate dim politics, they're not watching I've Had It. Because a major theme of the I've Had It podcast is how they used to be MSNBC listening Hillary Clinton supporters, and now they've realized that those people were basically wolves in sheep's clothing, right? So if you were still some Hillary dead ender, why would you even be in the fucking comments of I've Had It? It's a total excuse. But let's keep going because we got two more to go.
For opposing their beloved, terrible candidate, okay, that cost us the election. And no amount of reality will change their minds ever. Okay, and those people are unreachable. You can lock them in for a Buttigieg or a Buttigieg clone for their vote now, because they would never use their.
And by the way, that's pretty funny too. The people that voted for Hillary are unreachable, but a huge thing that I say all the time and a drum that I beat constantly is that MAGA is reachable. Like, all right, bro.
Their own minds. They're like, whatever Democratic leadership says. So that's why I say they're dead enders, because there aren't that many of them, but they're super virulent, and they hate me from the Bernie days, and they'll never stop hating. Okay, no, we can deliver not only a Democratic victory, but all the bills that they ever wanted, and they'll still hate me. So that's a portion of it. Then there's the dead enders who are like, oh, we hate Young Turks more than we hate the right wing. We're going to spend our whole lives trying to smear the Young Turks, even though everyone now is acknowledging, oh my God, you guys were right. We should go populist. You guys were right about the independent podcasters flipping. So
yeah, well, what he's referencing there, and we can hear it again, is he talked about how, the new Trump base is different than the old Trump base. And as soon as Trump does any wars or any warmongering or goes back on any of his promises like Epstein, there's going to be a rebellion. There's going to be a revolt in the base. And I'm still waiting for that revolt. I'm still waiting for that fucking rebellion that you were promising would happen as soon as Trump pissed off his new and improved populist base. Which again, I'm waiting for the fucking revolt, bro. The closest thing we've got to a revolt so far is like Joe Rogan being like, I don't really like this, and it kind of makes me a little bit uncomfortable to see a white lady get killed. Like, that is literally the closest we've come to a fucking right-wing populist revolt against Trump or something. Like, yeah, he's down in the polling, but I'm still waiting for that revolt from the right-wing commentariat that you promised would happen. But yeah, let's hear that one more time, unless you had anything else to add.
No, I have something I want to bring up at the very end of this.
Okay. But yeah, this is that reference again to the base flipping or whatever.
Populist, you guys were right about the independent podcasters flipping. So tons of good people are acknowledging it all over the place. But the anti-TYT people, they're religious. They're fundamentalists about hating TYT. Now I believe there's a third category. The Israelis see this as an opportunity to divide the left. They're like, oh, you should hate Young Turks, not for the anti-Israel position, but they are not left-wing enough. So there's that going on, too.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Campbell here, serial entrepreneur. Sometimes we small business owners receive the ugly.
So Jink has said this a couple of times, which is a straight up conspiratorial garbage to boil down substantive backlash to the show. When I asked you guys, what were the most common criticisms of TYT that were offered in the comment section, obviously Zach was able to, repeat what they were, but also chat immediately lit up with everyone listing off the very substantive, very specific points being made that people had issues with the Young Turks. Imagine boiling that down to, it's maybe it's Israel. Maybe Israel is behind this. Like, that's just conspiratorial fucking garbage to get yourself off the hook. And so you don't have to actually answer the very specific substantive criticisms that are being made, which you should have to answer for. Like, it's ridiculous. You can't just blame it on fucking Israel when, again, just like Hillary, Israel wasn't brought up once in the goddamn comment section.
Yeah, the base is the legitimate argument that people make when Israel does do interference. But if you're going to be saying positive shit all the time about not just Tucker Carlson, not just Marjorie Taylor Greene, but people like Candace Owens, call me. Marjorie Taylor Greene, call me. Right? When you're going to talk about how Nick Fuentes is really serious about how he's anti-war and he's going to join the rebellion, who then turns around and tweets, your oil, my choice, and starts fucking beating the jingo regime change drum for daddy Donald Trump as soon as he fucking actually did some regime change against brown people, which is what fucking Nick Fuentes loves, even though he pretends he's fucking making America great again and all this kind of shit. Okay. Yeah, that is all, like, I don't know. Yeah.
No, it's totally ridiculous. Yeah. But either way, thought that was pretty funny stuff. And again, no hard feelings against the I've Had It ladies. Huge fan of their show. Love their energy.
Yeah, they're fucking fantastic. All right, let's check out this Professor Sky video on the Aiden Ross situation. The heroics of Anthony Fantano against the coward Aiden Ross. By the way, I got a follow from Fantano on Twitter. Fucking, that's a pretty big feather in my cap.
Jeji, you read
I
it correct.
double check.
I am going to be talking about Anthony
And he
Fantano
still
and his
is.
heroics in fighting against Aiden Ross during this recent dust-up with Doechii and Glasses Malone. And what I want to do is I want to frame it by an old saying, from the playground. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? This is the denouement. In classical theater, that's the unknotting in French. It's the last part of a play or a movie or something in which everything in the plot is sort of resolved and explained. And what we have here is the ending. Aiden Ross, a popular streamer, gambling groomer, has made many highly racist attacks on Doechii. And many people have defended her, or more importantly, defended what she represents, most specifically Glasses Malone, who, let's be honest, if we're talking about this back and forth, Glasses Malone is the true hero of this story. I'm not saying that Anthony Fantano is the hero of this story. I just want to describe his heroics because I think what he's actually doing may not be seen, but certainly what Glasses Malone did is clear. He is the one who beat the dragon. He is the one who stood on business and also showed that the best way to deal with threats is just to accept them and act as you know is right anyway. What was it that Glasses Malone said on Culture United last week? Living is overrated if living is like this. So through his connections in hip-hop and black American culture, through the strength of his voice, he pressed the people around Aiden Ross and actually got what could be considered maybe the first victory for forces of anti-racism since the re-election of Donald Trump. Maybe. I mean, maybe even longer than that. He managed to get Aiden Ross to stop attacking Doechii. He managed to get Aiden Ross to put his tail between his legs and scamper off and retire. And in the process, he became an intersectional feminist and showed people how it all works. So why isn't this video about him? His heroism is clear. You don't need me describing the heroics of Glasses Malone, or certainly you shouldn't get it from me. Okay? I am whiter than the snowstorm outside my window right now, so I shouldn't be the one who's describing that. I want to talk about what's happened here, where Aiden Ross essentially needed a way out. He can't apologize because he's a chud. Little, tiny, weak half-men never apologize. That's why that's Donald Trump's main slogan. If you know somebody who won't apologize, just know that you know the limpest, weakest, smallest man you've ever met in your entire life. Apologies are the greatest strength you can possibly have, but Chud Aiden Ross cannot apologize. So he can't keep fighting Glasses because Glasses is going to keep winning because somehow, some way, at some point, the forces of anti-racism actually claimed a victory in this goddamn decade, okay? And he can't keep fighting at Dochi because that's the same thing as going against Glasses, okay? So this is the first time in years where white racists are actually being, no, let's make it more clear. Anti-black racists are being actually held to account. This used to be the way the world worked from like the 1990s until like right around 2016, where if you were racist, society held you accountable and you had to pay a very high price. Then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. Society shifted, and someone could say a blatant lie that Haitians are eating dogs one day. The next day, they get elected president, and in about a month, Haitians who need to be in this country are going to be kicked out and dragged out of their home. Haitians who are here legally are going to be kicked out of their home, all because of a racist lie that was said before, and those people get all the power. Yet somehow Glasses Malone do this. So what was it? What was it that Anthony Fantano was able to do? He was able to be the same size as Aiden Ross.
The data, there's too much of it.
That's okay. SaaSVia builds models and makes decisions, so you don't have to freak out.
But we like freaking out.
There's so much debt!
From data to ta-da, SaaSVia.
He is able to fight Aiden Ross on Aiden Ross's terms, and he managed to win. Thank you for auditing the always positive new music review show hosted by a French professor who's down here in the basement. There's a lot of ambient noise, doing laundry in the back, the dryer's going. I got my 3 kids, 3 of my 4 kids are upstairs. So please smash like button, please hype this. Please don't think about what's in that door behind there.
Yeah, smash the like button, hype my video, do all that shit.
That little tiny tall door, there's nothing creepy behind that door. I wish you would stop asking me about it. Maybe you're thinking, Sky, why are you doing commentary stuff on your main channel? Because I want to. Because also, hey, you want to know what I think about J. Cole? About his new songs? Go watch Culture United from last night. God damn it, I was back at Culture United and it was awesome. El Janelle, BK, Ed Rob Markman, it was awesome. It was great. So I talked all about J. Cole. I don't need to rehash it here, okay? But please go watch that. It was really great. And that was actually where I really understood, like, hey, we need to talk about what Fantano did here. This is more than just like a chapter. This is the denouement. So I say that Fantano is Aiden Ross's size. So what am I implying? Am I trying to say that Dochi is smaller than Aiden Ross? Of course not. Dochi, compared to Aiden Ross, is Godzilla. And in this metaphor, Aiden Ross is a termite, okay? That's the size in terms of intelligence, strength, talent, legacy, all of that. The problem is what Dochi represented, because if Aiden Ross was just attacking a celebrity, that'd be one thing, but he wasn't. It was very clear that he wasn't. He was attacking black women, and in particular, dark-skinned black women. Okay? Now, certainly in terms of, character, intelligence, strength, all that, Aiden Ross is still nothing more
Yeah, my video on this got deleted from YouTube.
than a termite to a Godzilla. But what we're talking about is the mechanisms of patriarchy, the mechanisms of white supremacy, how misogynoir exists and how it is perpetrated. If you don't know misogynoir, it is a term that was created by Moya Bailey. Say her name. Type her name in the comments just so you don't forget. This is a term that was come up with fairly recently to describe the long-lasting phenomena of a particular kind of intersectional attack on black women as both women and as non-white people, okay? Aiden Ross has been a proponent of misogynoir for a long time. Saying Kamala Harris isn't black is a form of misogynoir, and sure as hell calling Dochi dirty and unintelligent is straight misogynoir. So it wasn't that he was picking on people who he was bigger than, but socially, societally, since this cultural shift towards white nationalism, certainly over the last 10 years, this meant that Aiden Ross was punching down. He was attacking all black women who are unfairly marginalized in our society by both their race and their gender. That's why Aiden Ross was not fighting somebody his own size. He was fighting people who were much bigger than him, whose status in society is constantly undermined and constantly attacked. So how was Aiden Ross going to get out of this? Because he really wants to just keep on going, fighting for white supremacy. That's what he really wants. That's what his platform is about. That's what online gambling is about. That's what the administration is about. It's all about white supremacy, white Christian supremacy. That's all it's about, and that's all he wants. But he lost. He needed an off-ramp. So Aiden Ross took the off-ramp of attacking the internet's busiest music nerd, Anthony Fantano, who came to, I moderated a conversation with him last year. I've worked with him several times. He's sitting on a live stream that we did together that I hope he releases someday. We talked about Ukrainian rap together. I am friendly with Anthony, or Fantano, depending on what you want to call him. But this was a perfect off-ramp for Aiden Ross, because Fantano obviously said things against Aiden Ross because things must be said. And so that gave Aiden Ross somebody to pick on who was at his level, who was a nerdy white internet guy. You can't get mad at a nerdy white internet guy for going after a nerdy internet white guy, okay? It was perfect. And what was great about this is that because Fantano engaged, because he shot back, he made sure that the fight shifted. Now it's an internet fight.
Yeah.
Now it's about being owned and destroyed and clipping and streaming. Now it's silly fun. Now there's serious issues underneath here, but fundamentally it's kind of silly fun. Back when it was a question of whether or not black women need to be protected in the public sphere and treated with dignity and respect by all people at all times as anyone else in this country, that's not silly fun. It's not silly fun. Aiden Ross wanted it to be silly. He thought he'd make it silly, but it wasn't silly fun. Now it's tit for tat, clips and clipping and all that stuff, and it gets to be silly. It gets to be a silly internet thing. Now, Aiden's attack, as was actually already implemented by DJ Academics earlier this year, was to rehash times in the past when Fantano wrongly used the N-word.
Now a local tax expert will do your taxes for $150 all in. They know you're...
Anthony Fantano has addressed this many times. In the last year, he made a video in which he did not grovel, he did not excuse, he explained, he apologized, he explained how he grew, he put everything in context. He did not say that he deserved it, he did not say he was being unfairly attacked, he did not say he needed to be apologized, he needed to be forgiven. He just said, this is that, you accept or you don't. So in response, Fantano should have done nothing, right? Just let it go by. Because every time he fights against it, he is engaging with Aiden's troll legion. The chuds are coming up from the sewers. They're going to keep showing these clips over and over and over again.
What a movie. What a movie that was so nothing. Like, if you don't know what a chud is. This movie from 1984 stands for a cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. I've never watched it because look at it. It's a fucking B-C-list movie. But I love that this is now just the term for fucking Trump heads.
He fought back. Fantano fought back. And in so doing, he's leaving his flank open. You know, in a video game, when like you're trying to like fight a dragon or something and like it has a weak spot in its neck and it only shows its weak spot when it goes to attack, Fantano is opening up his flank and allowing himself to be attacked for having said the N-word like 10 years ago multiple times in ways that are either inexcusable or forgivable depending on how you feel, okay, depending on what you believe. But what he was doing with this response, okay, of course he was getting clicks, all right, I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure he's going to make hundreds of dollars off of his video. So yes, there is a part of that. But what he's doing is he's helping to center this discussion, center this back and forth with white people. It's now white on white crime, which is, frankly, I think what we want. Because let's not figure out when it's okay to disparage marginalized and double marginalized people. Let's not have that be the debate. Let's say that debate's over. Glasses Malone won. You will not say that woman's name. I don't care if you send me to jail. I don't care if you take my life.
I mean,
I'm
that
going
was
to stand on this.
That was
we
the
need
thing.
to fight. We
Aiden
need to
doesn't
fight.
want real
That's what Glasses
smoke.
Malone said, and Aiden bowed down. So now he gets to keep it internet. Now don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that Fantano is caping, which is what you are all going to say, all the chuds in the comments, that he was caping for Dochi or caping for Glasses. No, they don't need saving. They won the battle. They won. They don't need to be saved. It's like a bullfight. You got the matador, the person who kills the bull. That's Glasses Malone. That's Dochi. Dochi's not even in the arena. Dochi doesn't even need. Dochi owns the stadium. Okay, but that's Glasses Malone. He does that. But there's other people, little picadors, people on the side who aren't the matadors, who are distracting the bull and helping. Who are distracting the bull and helping the matador to kill the beast. Or in American parlance, Fantano is the noble rodeo clown. And I mean noble. I know I'm calling him a clown, but I mean this as a noble rodeo clown. Some of the hardest work you have to do in a rodeo is like, okay, there's the person who rides the bull, and then there's the person who makes sure that the person who rides the bull, that the bull gets distracted. That's what he's doing. That's the real internet nerd work. And while he's doing it, he's making himself vulnerable. He knows that he's going to have to keep rehashing the mistakes that he made in the past.
Yeah, but he already
and
did
what's
that.
important
Like, he
is
kinda
he's
did
also
that earlier
modeling
this
things
year.
for us, other white content creators who want to talk about black spaces and black culture. He's not asking for a pass. Fantano is not saying, please, black people, forgive me. He is just saying what he did wrong, and he's not trying to control the response. He is not saying, I don't accept that you don't accept my apology. He is just saying and allowing people to respond to it as they wish. One of Aiden Ross's attacks is that when Fantano said the word, he was using the hard R at the end, and that he used the soft R. I'm sorry, is this kerning on the camera? 1 second, I have to take off my sweatshirt thingy. Okay, that's better. The hard R versus the A at the end of the N-word. This is where Aiden Ross is trying to say that what Fantano did was worse. But fundamentally, what Aiden Ross doesn't understand, and what I think Fantano does, and what Fantano is teaching by his actions, leading by example, is that he doesn't get to decide whether it was okay. He doesn't get to decide. It's not up to Aiden Ross to say, I said it and it's okay. It's up to the people from the culture themselves. This is not wokeness. This is what progress means. Now, if you are against progress, I can't help you.
But it also doesn't matter if Aiden Ross has a couple black people around him who was like, yeah, you get a pass. It's cool if you say it. I'm from New York, okay? Sometimes there's white people who grow up in black environments, go to schools with mostly black kids, and some of those black kids will be like, yeah, it's fine if you say it. Fine. Around that group, that friend group. Because those white kids are smart enough to know, if I'm not around these 4 or 5 people who we're all friends and we know each other and they know I don't have hate in my heart, fine. But if I'm not around them, I'm not going to try it. That's a melting pot. That's shared culture.
But marginalized people have a say in how they are treated. That is what progress is, how they are spoken of. And ultimately, we as a society need to work that there are no more marginalized people. That should be our goal as a civilization. And a very small part of that is language. You know, why was Fantano given a pass and you are not? Now, first of all, I don't even know if Fantano was given a pass. Again, I'm whiter than the snowstorm out my window. It's not up for me to decide if he got a pass. One might be tempted to say, well, it was good enough for FT Signifier, it's good enough for Justin Hunt, then it's good enough for me. No, it's good enough for them. That's the whole point. Those two people in this example said it's okay. You might say Aiden Ross, well, he has lots of black friends, it's good enough for me. No, it's good enough for them. It's not even exclusively about racism. It is about who determines what is acceptable. It is a question of who guards the gate. Not me, not Fantano. We don't guard the gate of black culture or civilization or anything. We are observers who talk about what we see. We talk about this art because we talk about art for a living.
At Burger King, celebrities don't inspire our menu. You do. And you said you like steakhouse flavor.
And it sure as hell isn't you, Aiden Ross. But you're trying, and that's what bothers you. Like all white supremacists, the thing you can't accept is that you can't control and colonize everything. The hard R, right? The N-word is a 6-letter word. And the prohibition of this word being spoken by non-black people is not a question of free speech. It is the most tangible way, just in 6 letters, in one word, that this black space can be controlled and protected against non-black people who are trying to colonize and take it over. It is a strange, obviously because it's a word that was created in a derogatory meaning, it has this magical power to be a limit, a border that is sacrosanct. And you trying to constantly attack that border and get the N-word passed and say it is a colonial action.
Yeah, that's a
It
good
is
way
a
to put
more nefarious version of something that many people on the left try to do, where they talk about getting invited to the cookout. The desire for the cookout, the invite to the cookout, and the N-word pass are two sides of the same coin. My question is this.
Hold on. The cookout thing. First of all, I saw FD make a video about like white people who are invited to the cookout. Like a tier list, and the top tier is invited and no one gets invited. Which is pretty funny. Basically saying like, you don't get to like, you can be tangential in black spaces, but you don't actually get the invite into the full black space. Fine. I don't think that I don't know about that. I get the point of it though, and it is good to teach people that. But also, I'd rather have a barbecue where everyone's invited.
Why are you not obsessing over wearing the bindi? You know, the red dot worn by, you know, Hindus and Buddhists and Jains from the Indian subcontinent. You know how some people from the Indian subcontinent sometimes wear a red dot on their forehead? Why aren't you trying to wear that? Why aren't you like running around in Buddhist spaces and Hindu spaces and fighting with people and trying to explain like when and how you get to wear this symbol of their belief? Because that's not what you're trying to colonize now. What you're trying to colonize now is black spaces.
Yeah,
The
Madonna
truth is
already
this.
did that.
You can say the hard R without saying the N at the beginning. You can say the hard R without any of the 6 letters. Every single speech from the United States president is just him saying the N-word with the hard R for 4 straight minutes, 10 straight minutes. Every speech from every single member of his cabinet, that's all they're saying. And if you can't hear that, it's because your ears aren't tuned. You're too simple-minded, and you think you hear the word, and that's what it is. And it's not even about being racist. That's the thing. That's why people get so mixed up. Let's stop worrying about who is and isn't racist. That's not actually the question. It's about who supports white supremacy. That's what it is. Who supports white Christian nationalistic supremacy? If you vote for Trump, you support white supremacy. It doesn't matter what you believe. Oh, he's Jewish? Aiden Ross is Jewish? He supports white supremacy. Plenty of non-white And non-Christian people support white supremacy and white nationalism. Many. The list is legion. That's how white supremacy works, actually. It's so powerful that it co-ops people that it intends on exterminating. Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, Kanye West, Aiden Ross, Nick Fuentes. All a bunch of good examples. And speaking of things that Anthony Fantano did well, the fact that he was able to really highlight his collaborations, Aiden Ross's collaborations with Nick Fuentes, who is an avowed white supremacist and anti-Semite. And he's sitting up there and he's agreeing with Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitic rants. And the sad thing is this, Aiden Ross, you are not next up against the wall. Okay, the next people to be put against up of the wall, those are the Somali, those are the Haitians. Okay, you're not next up against the wall in this fascist Christian white supremacist society, but you are in line. You're in line. So don't talk about how good of a system it is when you're in line. So Fantano, he's Aiden's size, and what I really think he did super well is he uses his internet power. It is internet power versus internet power. I'm reminded of this thing, I think it was 2005. I was a really good grad student, and I had one of my mentors told me that I should go do this graduate program at Dartmouth over the summer. And she said that the person who ran it had bon pouvoir, which means good power. That it's somebody who had a lot of power but didn't misuse it, used it really well. I instead had my first child. I did not go to that. A couple years later, I was up for a job interview at Yale. The interview went really well, but I didn't get the job. The person who got the job was this other guy. Ooh. Good guy, Chris. And he did go to that program. So I'm not saying that's why I didn't get the job. Thank God I didn't, frankly. That job is not a very good job, even though it's very prestigious. But like, that's the good power. Fantano is using his power super well. Because Glasses and Doechii, they can't be touched. There's nothing you can do to Glasses Malone. There's nothing. That's what makes him so powerful in this whole fight. He's not in this game. You're sitting there. You're saying like, oh my God, checkmate. I just beat you in chess. And he's saying like, no, I'm not playing chess. I'm playing like Scrabble, like these different games, right? And Doechii obviously can't be touched because she's above all this. But this battle does need to keep going on. The forces of good should keep fighting the forces of bad. And I think that's what Fantano is doing in allowing this fight to be centered on him. So anyways, what do you think? J. Cole's song was good, right? It's good. Stuff's going to be good.
I thought the song was
Watch
pretty good.
Culture
That was the
United.
first
There's
J. Cole song I ever listened to. Oh, it was good. That was good. What else do I want? Oh, I wanted to check out American Redact. Oh yeah, this one.
To Oliver, eating here instead of buying a stadium hot dog is like putting away $20. With the Wells Fargo mobile app, tracking his savings is simple. Whoops.
Start the year strong at Planet Fitness. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 9th.
I
was in Boston doing shows when Rogan started. So I've known that guy. And I never liked him, really.
Yeah.
And what really just started to happen was that this sort of idea that these guys were free thinkers or on the, really pushing the edge of comedy just because of their need to, use certain words and marginalize people, that just became annoying because for me, that is not the edge. There's no real risk in that.
All right, so it looks like Mark Maron's not quite finished with calling out Joe Rogan.
I mean, that's fair. Because, you could say that's edgy comedy or whatever, but what Dimitri Martin does, what Nathan Fielder does, that's the edge of comedy. That's pushing boundaries to another level of, performance art and stuff. This is just saying slurs, dude. This is
Rogan and his group of trained comedic war heroes.
And also, again, not everyone is George Carlin. Not everyone is Bill Hicks. Not every comedian. Sometimes a comedian like Shane Gillis or Burt Kreischer or Mark Dormand is a good comic. Just tell fucking dick and fart jokes, and that's quite all right.
Because in the past week or so, Maron's appeared on 2 separate podcasts ripping into this idea of theirs that they're these brave free speech warriors who are tiptoeing the line of offensive and funny, as if they're taking these huge risks with the material they do on stage.
I'm a comedian. So when I said what I said about the comics in terms of what was happening in Austin and around that sphere of comics and that audience, was just to really make a point because of their cultural momentum and their presence that they don't get to dictate, what comedy is, because they've created this audience of what was primarily not comedy fans and created this new breed of, pseudo-radicalized comedy fans around anti-woke comedy. And there was just this thing that was happening where they were getting or assuming the last word about what comedy was. And it was fairly unnuanced and very hackneyed in terms of its repetition of 2 or 3 ideas that were primarily right-wing talking points. So that was why I did that. It was for comedy.
And the best part about Maron saying this on the Consequence podcast is that he also clarifies that he's not offended by that type of material at all, which is actually what a lot of his haters accuse him of. A lot of people think that he called out Rogan last summer because Maron's this quote-unquote woke liberal snowflake who can't handle jokes. But in reality, Mark Maron's been doing comedy for almost 40 years now. And as a result, he's said just about every low-hanging fruit joke that you can think of. So the entire reason he called them out wasn't because of his personal politics, but rather because he thinks they're giving comedy a really bad image. They're this tribe of 40 to 50-something-year-old frat guys who all have the same type of extremely surface-level humor. They constantly beat trending topics into the ground for years, and they never really go deeper into any of the topics of their jokes. They simply just say the word and expect a huge roar from the crowd, which they usually get in Austin, which would honestly be completely fine if they acknowledged that. But what makes it frustrating is that they take themselves super seriously, they actually think they're philosophers, and they think the jokes they repeat about COVID vaccines 5 years...
Again, man, they really... Dude... I watched Rogan enough. And as much as I was like, yes, I want to watch Rogan to introduce me to new comedians or to have him ask the dumb questions of Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever, when he would have comedians on and they would just sit there and be like, man, comedy, which is so, amazing, right? It's just a great art form. Just self-congratulatory. It's so fucking irritating.
Too late are somehow at the cutting edge of comedy.
It becomes a point of, why are you doing a particular joke? Everybody goes through phases of this or that. It's nice to get a rise out of people. It's nice to, shock people. It's nice to take risks to create that electric feeling of oh man, I can't believe he's saying that. Eventually that has to wear off and you have to decide, what are you thinking about? What are your thoughts? Are they your thoughts? What do you know from your experience? How much vulnerability are you going to make are you going to make yourself available to in this particular creative form? So, moving away from just getting a rise out of people or being shocking or saying things just to say them because they make people go like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. As I get older, you can go deeper than that.
On top of your long-term financial goals, you can also support,
Oh, we're finishing the basement. He's fine.
Plan your finances for the people, causes, and communities you love with Thrivent, where money means more.
Let's cover 10 pro tips for working with the Cursor agent. So I've got Cursor open and my agent on the right.
So as a comedian, Mark's truly disappointed with the direction Joe Rogan's dragged comedy in Austin, because it's just not as edgy as they think it is. They basically just make jokes about the trending topic on Twitter for that particular day, and then people laugh because they happen to read about that very morning, which is akin to what a TikTok influencer would do to
This is
farm
what I would do
engagement.
as an open
I couldn't
micer.
imagine how many comics are speaking about the Venezuela invasion at the mothership right now.
It's just easy.
Just because it's the trendy story that's...
You literally walk out there and you go, hey, like Jay Leno. Did you hear about this? Have you seen this?
Flooded everyone's timelines. It's not really new or original stuff. It's all the stuff you see online, and it sucks. And it's certainly not edgy. Ironically, though, out of all the comedians that Mark talks trash about, Mark Maron happens to be the edgiest one, which is something he touched on in this Consequence podcast, too. Like his joke about Theo Von interviewing Hitler in his latest special was edgier and more original than anything the Mothership guys have ever said on stage. In fact, it was so edgy that it actually made the entire Rogan sphere have a temper tantrum in defense of Theo Von, especially Joe Rogan, who was so butthurt about it that he actually blamed Mark's joke for sending Theo into a deep, spiraling depression, which is a very ugly accusation that was based on nothing.
It's like pointless. It's wasted energy.
Yeah, but it's fun to talk some shit.
Well, when I decided to talk shit about Maron was after the Theo thing. After Theo kind of went off the rails.
Yeah.
And Theo went off the rails right after Maron put him in his special.
Yeah.
I think that
So, okay. What I understand is Theo Von did a special of his own where he froze on stage and had like a panic attack. And sure, that's happened to me. Again, I was an open micer. This was a show in a bar. It was like me and two other comedians, both open micers. And yeah, for my 5-minute portion, I froze. I forgot my material. I walked off stage. The stage being literally the floor next to the bar. I was embarrassed. It happens. Doesn't usually happen to people who are 15, 20 years into their career. And the audience for your special that you're taping is only your fans. There is no reason to freeze. Unless someone who you respect criticized you before that. And maybe you're having second thoughts about some of your material. Maybe that's what it was. But also for Joe to be like, oh, that was so horrible. Brush it off. You're comics. Literally, the video I watched the other day was like Whitney Cummings and him being like, the shit that we say to each other in the green room was so much more offensive than anything they could possibly throw at us. We have the thickest skins ever. Snowflakes.
You see with both that Riyadh joke and with the Theo joke is that, structurally and in terms of comedy, they're solid jokes that became bigger because of what they implied and what they said and what they were satirizing or criticizing culturally. And that is really what the idea of free thought and taking a real risk in culturally taking on forces that represent power. The power of a real joke that does have an edge to it is different than just repeating crass tropes and picking on certain marginalized cultures because that's supposed to imply some sort of great risk taking. I've done all the kinds of jokes. I've been doing this for almost 40 years. And, over the course of my career, I've done a lot of wrong-minded jokes, for effect and for reaction that over time I learned, were not really necessary or particularly appropriate and made, hurt people or represent things wrong. And this is part of evolving as a person and becoming wiser.
So yeah, just a great podcast appearance by Mark, and I highly suggest you go watch it, because it really shows that Mark's upset at the Rogan sphere as a comedian only, not just because of his personal political beliefs, which may have been misconstrued last summer when he reignited this decades-long beef with Joe Rogan. But aside from that podcast, the other show where Mark called out the Roganites was when he appeared on the Side Boob podcast about a week ago, where Mark explained how comedy is completely over now, since you don't really have to be funny anymore to be successful. All you really need to do is be viral on TikTok or YouTube, and or have a loyal fan base for your podcast. That's really the only metric that decides success in comedy nowadays, and to Mark, that completely sucks.
Looking for tax help?
And Mark kind of did
now
this
there are
himself.
TurboTax experts right in your
Maybe,
neighborhood.
he's a
They get to know
complete
your unique
pause.
situation.
But the What the Fuck podcast was one of the first and one of the biggest. Got a TV show out of it. So now, I don't even need to do open mics. I just need to get a big enough podcast.
He is less unique today than it was when you were coming up,
Totally.
like styles and shit like that.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
Well, he's just not special anymore because everybody figured out, comedy's a con job. It's like preaching. So it's just it's a grift in a way.
Yes.
That there used to be not so much standards, but there used to be more originality, and the guys that didn't have originality, where they would have a career on the road and they could do the job. But now, it doesn't take much to get some juice, at least to sell a few tickets with social media without really having an act or a point of view or anything else.
Yeah.
So, it's just the nature of where it's at now, that a special isn't special, and everybody's gunning, for, their place in the 1%, to, get as many followers and clicks. And
Matt Rife and a bunch of other guys are extremely successful now, not for their comedic skill, but because of their ability to farm views and likes online. Which, all power to them, but the most skilled comics aren't the most recognized now. Another interesting part about this podcast was when Mark reacted to the vicious, coordinated attack that Joe Rogan and his posse carried out in response to Mark's jokes about them. Because
Adam Friedland is actually doing more edgy and groundbreaking comedy through his talk show.
They all happened to go
Nathan
scorched
Fielder.
earth on Mark the very day Mark's podcast ended, which made it seem completely planned. Like Andrew Schultz and Joe Rogan both went nuclear on Mark for 30 minutes straight on their podcasts. And the stuff they brought up about him made it seem like they researched him and really thought out what they were going to say about him, which indeed makes them look very bad and butthurt. Like they were so insulted by Marin making jokes about them that they gathered all the receipts and planned the hit, likely in a group chat to finally take down Mark once and for all, which, if true, is indeed very cringeworthy.
But Rogan, when he tried to, character assassinate me for an hour a few weeks ago.
I saw that.
Did you love that or what?
I didn't watch it the whole thing. I just saw bits and pieces.
You must like that you're living in his head
Yeah,
a lot, though,
you gotta-
because
Took a while.
He went months and months, maybe years without talking about you, and one day he's like, you know what? Fuck it. And he just got in on it.
They all did, and it was the day after I ended my podcast, which was kind of
whoa. I didn't know that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
You're like, I don't have a fucking mic right now. That's crazy.
And also Schultz took a shot at me, DeStefano took a shot at me. But Schultz was trying to bait me, but it all happened like within days of each other.
Yes.
I don't know if there was a group text or
Yeah, I think it is.
WhatsApp message.
Today's a day. Pod's over. Let's get him.
We've been counting the minutes.
What Rogan was saying, a lot of it was nothing I hadn't said myself, and I don't think it made him look particularly good because he did research.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the king of the do your own research crew. And I think, after all is said and done, what bothered me the most was he did get some facts wrong as people who did their own research. I can take the hit, and if he wants to make me look, if he wants to call me mentally ill or bitter or sad or, You know, but there was this idea that, like, he said that anybody that I was friends with who became more successful than me, I would not be friends with them anymore.
Yeah.
Which isn't fundamentally true.
Yeah.
And then he said it happened with Louis, it happened with Hedberg. It never happened with Hedberg.
Yeah.
You know, Hedberg and I were fine. Hedberg was his own world.
Yes.
And also, the fact that Rogan's foundational argument that Mark Maron was just jealous is extremely tasteful, because Maron's special on HBO had way higher ratings than anything Joe's ever put out, which you already know must have drove Joe through the roof.
Yeah.
Especially because Mark Maron opened that special by trashing the entire Rogan sphere. So to just realize that most people agreed with Mark there must have been a pretty big reality check that just made the little man insane. I mean, his comedy special, Burn the Boats, was so unanimously hated that it literally made Joe Rogan stop doing comedy. Like, he really only performs in his little echo chamber at the mothership now. And of course, none of his sets there are found anywhere online. The rare times he does engage in comedy in front of the world, he's simply too scared to even say anything. Like his most recent appearance on Kill Tony with Shane Gillis was super pathetic to watch, as he literally spoke maybe 3 times during the entire 2-hour-long show. Most of the time, he was just doing that obnoxious fake laugh of his, where he rocks his head back and pretends like he's running out of air. He also, in my opinion, looked and sounded pretty wasted, so he just might have been nervously tossing back the Buffalo Trace backstage in preparation for the show. And while we're on the topic of that Kill Tony episode, that episode itself was downright terrible, and if anything, it just proved what Mark Maron said here to be true. Like, Kill Tony is the epitome of cheap shock humor, and the fact that the bucket pulls feel the need to do that type of humor to pander to the crowd and the judges just displays that that's the golden rule over there. And Mark Maron actually did speak about this hacky golden rule of theirs with Anthony Jeselnik in November 2024, where they absolutely just tore apart everything about the mothership and Kill Tony.
You know, like, when I think about, like, well, people are like, would you ever do the mothership? I wouldn't even think about it. But I don't have any reason to perform for those guys.
Yeah.
How much do I have to hate myself? But I imagine you have some crossover.
Sure. I went toward the mothership because I knew Curtis, the guy who was running the place at the time, from the store. He went over there.
Yeah, I know.
And
yeah,
I was doing like a couple shows on a Sunday, and I went over there just for a tour.
Yeah.
And I was like, this place is beautiful. It's great. It's set up as a great comedy club.
Right.
But it's too easy.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you can't fail there.
I could.
They just want to hear like the bad words.
Right.
I'm sure they would be so happy to see you there that you would destroy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Joe Rogan's ever had a bad set.
Yeah,
at
in
that comedy club.
Because they're happy to be part of the thing.
Cult.
And so they were just thrilled.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the only thing that makes me want to do it is that I have some bits now that are really kind of like edgier than anything that those guys could do.
Yes.
And I just wonder if I could get them into that zone and fuck with their heads. But it would take a bit of salesmanship.
I wonder if it would take maybe like another year of that club being open, because they're all, I believe, being edgy in the same way.
It's not edgy, it's hack. It's hack.
It's become very, very hack.
I was at the store one night and I heard in 2 different rooms, 2 different comics both go, I guess I got to do my trans bit now. It's like, no, you don't. Really? There's no, where's the list?
And if you guys didn't know already, Anthony Jeselnik shares a lot of the same beliefs about Joe Rogan with Mark Maron. So just hearing the 2 of them break it all down together is just absolutely golden. It was also recorded the days following Rogan's interview with Trump, so they were really heated about Rogan and all his friends.
And then and I'm not putting you in a position to speak to this, but now it's just like some sort of full-on bootlicking going on and facilitation of what is going to be the fucking end of everything. After a certain point, someone's got to go like, this is what's happening. It's not just comedy anymore.
I think they've been seduced. I think that whole crew has been seduced.
By power?
By these are the people who will talk to us.
Yeah.
The other side doesn't.
Yeah.
And so we're going to engage, and it's not even so much the interview.
And it's not even the other
as it
side
is the
does
victory
it.
lap.
They would.
Is we did this.
Like Kamala
like,
tried to go on, and he said
the picture
no.
with the arm around each other. You know, like new podcast coming soon.
Yeah.
That's what makes me sick.
So yeah, I just wanted to share that podcast with you guys as it somehow flew under everyone's radar. But nevertheless, this 30-year-long beef between Joe Rogan and Mark Maron is far from over. So make sure to subscribe if you don't want to miss any of it, and as always, thanks so much for watching.
That was fun. Let's see what else we got here.
Crystal Ball and Jank bury the hatchet. So, pretty interesting headline choice.
Yeah, 100%. It seems to be a little bit clickbaity in my opinion. Like from what I can tell in this interview, there's not an actual moment where they like address that debate you referenced or really bury the hatchet, other than just having a normal conversation as they've had many times, including recently. Like I'm pretty sure Jink was on KKF since that big debate, and it went totally fine. Like I think they already kind of had buried the hatchet, so I think the title is a little bit clickbait. Not that we can judge other channels for post clickbait, obviously, but that being said,
let's go.
I think you're right, Zach, that this moment towards the end is definitely worth reacting to. And I think in addition to the clip we're going to take a look at next from Anna, I think it does kind of prove that TYT realized they done fucked up a little bit with the direction they started to go in, and that they're starting to seriously backtrack now in a real way.
I think. Look, I've been saying the winds are blowing. The winds are blowing in the direction, and I think they are. I think Cenk and Anna are smelling where the winds are going. These motherfuckers are so unpopular. They seem to be popular because they won the election. But very quickly within the last year, hell, within the first few months of last year, it was going down. And now it's like at an all-time low. And they know the anti-Trump movement, the anti-MAGA, the anti-conservative movement, the collectivist movement, that's going to be lucrative. That's going to be the big thing. And they're trying to get back. Hey, we were here first. Let us get a bag too. Yeah. Ghost Dog, who knows what the chatters are getting up to when the streamer disappeared. True.
Chai, I'm here for. I'm not gonna fucking. I'm not gonna turn it down. So let's take a look at this, and we can judge how authentic Jink is being, and Anna next.
That lane.
So we watched the Anna
because
one
there are too many people who are well aware of the stakes that we're up against right now, and who see things clearly the way that we're able to see things clearly. That it can't be a Gavin Newsom, it can't be a Cory Booker, it can't be a Pete Buttigieg. I mean, for me, the critical thing is you do need to have a bit of that. Like I think the resistance libs were right about that FU Trump energy. Honestly, they were right about his moral character. They were right about their dire warnings. They were right about all of that. But you have to marry that with the populist, in a revolutionary way, populist economic platform and anti-war platform as well. You have to put those two things together. In any case, I am extremely confident that we're going to have at least one, if not multiple candidates who fit the mold there that we'll be excited to get behind. So, that's where I'm hopeful. That's what I'm looking towards, because I think I don't mean to be too hyperbolic, but I genuinely think it's our only chance to not end up in something that is truly even more dystopian than what we're experiencing now. I mean, I really think a lot about AI and where that's heading. And I don't think we can even wrap our heads around the level of power and money that will be consolidated. They really want to win a final battle against the American worker. That's how high the stakes are. So, that's how I'm looking at the next few years.
Yeah. Here's to the go-getters. And not just the ones in the gym, but everywhere. The birthday party.
I don't want to give... Look, on the one, I love that resistance libs are turning around. I love it. And you know me, I take yes for an answer. I just can't help but say, like, we all knew Trump was a con man. That wasn't like like the entire left was united on that. That's not the issue. And so for me, for example, I think attack the politicians, attack the...
Cenk did say the establishment was defeated the night that Donald Trump was elected president.
And he also said maybe, you know, Trump's anti-war, and this is a genuine anti-war president. Fuck that.
And that he was feeling very optimistic and that he never called him a fascist and he was hella ready to work with them. So I think he is really rewriting history there, but Crystal being charitable and letting him, you know, have, you know, the floor.
Yeah, Cenk's like, Trump's a con man and it takes one to know one. That's how I can accurately identify him as such.
Media, don't attack the voters. We need the voters. Bring them to our side, right? But
I mean, I agree and I abide by that. However, I have to say that 30% of the country that is cool with the Nazi posting and that thinks that, you know, we should be a blood and soil ethno-state, we are not winning them over.
We don't have
we shouldn't be in coalition. Yeah, and we don't have to. You're right about that. We don't have to.
Yeah.
So I want all the best things for them, right? I want them to have the universal health care.
I hope, like we've been saying on this space, the left needs to stop fighting and, you know, infighting, and I think most of it's online. You know, normal people don't give a shit. Normal people are not watching Crystal Kyle and friends and fucking TYT and Majority Report, whatever. Normal people are just like, hey, that's some pretty fucked up shit in Minnesota. You see the game last night? We should probably stop what's happening in Minnesota, but did you see that game last night? But if Crystal and Kyle and the Breaking Points and whatever, they want to bring TYT back into the fold and fucking basically, like, bring them to heel, go for it.
Thing too, and I think people will
But
be
don't waste too much
de-radicalized
time on it.
over time
Yes.
as their material needs are met. But I also am not looking through rose-colored glasses about where the country is right now and the distressingly high, not a majority, but distressingly high number of people who are totally excited about, not just accepting of, excited about an overtly fascist project. And I just think we have to be clear-eyed about that.
yeah, but I don't disagree with you, Crystal. It's just that when we say that, it makes...
And now he doesn't plow into his, I don't believe Donald Trump is fascist spiel, which he would have in the past right here, which I think is another sign of his evolution.
Well, to be fair, he did actually argue with Anna about that, and Anna was saying that Trump's not a fascist, and Cenk was saying Trump obviously is a fascist. You know, Cenk's given contradictory messages this whole time, but there is that clip of him disagreeing with Anna, where Anna was disputing Trump as a fascist.
True, and there's also the clip of Cenk on Crystal Kyle and Friends where he said he's a Nazi, and they ran with that headline. But depending on who he's talking to, he would plow right in and be like, I never said he was a fascist, which, you know, again, just shows the dishonesty of this man's commentary.
All Trump voters feel like we're saying that they're on the extreme edge. And so, and the reality is, like, yeah, you're right. Like, I mentioned the 35% supporting ICE, et cetera. But you mentioned Greenland, and a poll out as only 4% of the country in favor of attacking Greenland, right? So even among the 35% that you're concerned about, like even an overwhelming majority of them are like, attack Greenland.
Yeah, but watch what happens with the polls once Trump does it.
No, for sure. It'll move up, right?
Yeah.
Right,
Greenland
okay.
won't be hard to conquer.
I'll just drop that
So that's not the issue. But anyways, but the most important point is we don't need them. It's okay. It's okay. And you're totally right. If we win and it's a populist and he actually does the right things, and for the first time ever, they see somebody doing something for the American people instead of the donor class, oh, that'll change a generation of voters, for sure. That's what happened with FDR and happened to some degree with JFK and LBJ. So, okay, let's all hope. Let's hope we get the right person. Let's hope that they actually
Let's
deliver.
hope we have a revolution. I agree, 100%.
I'm just like, in contrast to Crystal Ball, Cenk's commentary is so lacking, and he's also just been transparently wrong about everything over the last 12, 13 months.
Yeah, but only 4% of the Nazis want to invade Greenland. So that proves that, you know, there's a lot of good Nazis out there, right?
Literally, that's what he's arguing. And it's crazy. And Crystal Ball does such a great job of addressing that. He's like, well, only 4% of people approve of this, so that means that they're breaking with Trump. And she's like, wait till he does it, then it'll be like fucking 85% of people who had voted for him previously are like, you know what, this isn't such a bad idea. It's a good long-term investment in natural resources. They will spin it immediately. Michael Knowles will spin it immediately. All these other assholes, they'll spin it immediately.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Pretty crazy shit. But yeah, I thought Crystal did a great job, as always, totally killing it. So that was pretty interesting. And, I do think that, as Crystal and Kyle have pointed out when it comes to TYT from a while, they just made the wrong decision at the outset of Trump 2.0. I think TYT, Jake and Anna, they really did think, because they're two in their own heads as far as the business aspect and views and courting an audience, and they were tired of being in a little bit of a lull, as far as their popularity was concerned. And they really did make a calculation that, like, we have to cuddle up to MAGA, we have to pander to MAGA, because this is the way the winds are blowing, and this is a right-wing country now, and Trump has just got reelected, and we have no other choice but to build bridges with idiots like Glenn Beck and Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk and all the people that we reacted to and gave them so much fucking shit for fraternizing with and drinking a beer with and all that crap, right? They really did think that was what was necessary, apparently, stupidly. But as Crystal and Kyle always pointed out, I think it was specifically Kyle that said it on our show, it's like TYT could have been the #1 show in the whole fucking world if they had taken the opposite approach. And instead of trying to pander to MAGA, instead of trying to cuddle up to right-wing shows, this should have been the #1 anti-Trump show, calling them out viciously over and over again, basically taking the lane that other channels like Midas Touch ended up kind of being able to grab because TYT evacuated that lane for no reason. And Crystal and Kyle were 100% right about that. TYT could have grown so much over the last year if, instead of doing that stupid bullshit, they had just been the #1 loudest, proudest anti-Trump show. But they didn't do that. I think they're now realizing that they should have. I think they're now realizing that Kyle was right, that Crystal was right. And in addition to, the business side of things, I also genuinely think that both Jake and Anna have both been shocked and a little bit radicalized by just how fascist Trump has gone, specifically over the last 2 months and stuff. The shootings of Renee Good, the Gestapo in the streets, the papers, please.
I'll never forget Anna Kasparian going, oh my God, if I knew I could just play video games like Hassan all day, I would have done that. And I think she's now saying, like, well, I still have to work on a show like Her Take. I have to go on PBD's thing, his network and his show. I have to go on Tucker Carlson and do this shit. I have to suck up to these people. Whereas, like, Riley Gaines just gets to exist. She exists. She has a grievance. She complains about it. Boom. Speaking door. Full necky. Writes a bad essay. Complains about it. Boom. Speaking tour. She could say the very same thing about them. Why didn't I know I could just complain about something, blame it on woke, and then get a fucking speaking tour out of this? It's too late. Too late to make that shift, Anna.
Vacation of the United States of America, and again, even the assault on American citizens. I think it has genuinely radicalized them, and it just caused them both to go like, all right, we got to go in the other direction now. We got to backtrack.
Look out the door if you hear an ambulance. The Vanguard will be there, sir. The bang.
In her apology, Anna says Trump's not a fascist because he doesn't believe in right. Yeah, no, we watched that earlier. That was, and I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. I said the comparison is like Homelander and Stormfront. Doesn't matter. You're both working towards the same goal, or rather, your different goals that you're working towards. You're still working together and materially harming everyone around you. It doesn't matter why you're doing it. In Trump's case, it's because he's a narcissist and wants the world to look like himself. And in Stephen Miller's case, he wants the world to look white. It doesn't fucking matter. Ooh. So we talked about Whitney Cummings on the last stream. I want to see Francesca's take, because Francesca's a comedian herself.
Save up to 25% on 2026 travel with G Adventures Great Adventure Sale. Book today.
She still doesn't get it, and that's why I have a hard time. Yeah, again, you don't need to forgive her. This is baby step one. Baby step number one is say, I'm wrong publicly. Okay, baby step number two, apologize to every single person, like an Alcoholics Anonymous thing. Apologize to everybody who you wronged. Christina, Cosmopolitics, Benny, who's the trans contributor that left after Anna's like birthing person thing. Lance, Mike Figueredo, Francesca, who we're about to watch right now. Silly and Billy, Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland, like apologize, privately or publicly. And those people don't have to accept Ole but just you have to do it. And then continue. Keep taking steps. Keep saying, I was wrong. Trump's a fascist. Tucker Carlson's a fascist. I'm not going on his show anymore. Blah, 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 blah. But even that, you know, and again, they're going to use those clips of you on their show to mock you. Why were you trying to be so chummy with me if you think I'm a fascist and blah, 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 blah. Take it. Take it. Take that criticism because you deserve it.
This is a small thing, but in the world of stand-up comedy, you know, especially as a woman in comedy, often you'll get a lot of like, women aren't funny. And usually those people are, you know, raging misogynists and, you know, small deed men. Not necessarily, but definitely limp deed men. The point is in this case, I kind of agree with them. Because Whitney Cummings, who I struggled to find when she was actually funny, but hey, welcome to the biz.
Hey man, I will say Whitney Cummings had some moments. And I will say most of those moments is her movements on stage. She does a lot of like, she's very animated with her body. And I think it emphasizes something that would be kind of a mid joke into something funnier because she's moving like that. I found Whitney Cummings quite funny. At points. Not consistently. I'm not like, oh, I gotta see the new special that she's got out. I do that very rarely. But, yeah, she's alright. She was alright. But then she tried to reboot. I think the thing that got her, this is my conspiracy theory, that she was the producer behind the reboot of Roseanne. And then, what, a month in, Roseanne tweets all those racist things, gets fired by ABC. The show's on its last legs. They have to retool it into the Connors. Whitney Cummings also had a sitcom that didn't really work out before that with current boyfriend at the time, Chris D'Elia, who also was kind of got canceled and whatnot. So I think she's got some like rage in her. And yeah, I mean, you know, she's aggrieved, if you will.
The most unfunny people often are elevated, except for Nikki Glaser. She totally crushed that, and she's excellent. But Whitney Cummings went to Joe Rogan and, you know, had a little bit about
and
how
that's the thing too. Like Nikki Glaser came up in the same like comedy class as Amy Schumer, Whitney Cummings, Eliza Schlesinger, and she's like as funny as any of them, which is to say, okay. She's all right. But she knows where her fucking bread is buttered, and she knows, you know, to not suck up to fascists.
He used to be a liberal. She's doing the Bill Maher, which is Wanda, in the words of Wanda Sykes, do less, Bill, do less. She's doing the Bill Maher and is like, I used to be a liberal. I had blue hair. Huh? Yeah? This bit, I'm sorry. My first response is like, bitch, You have blue hair. You've never eaten pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something about that. I'm like, you have blue hair, but you're like super heterosexual. Like, anyway, the point is, she's somehow using the fact that she had blue hair to say like, but now the left has changed. So this is her little bit that she's doing for Joe Rogan about how progressives. She hasn't changed. Progressives have changed.
So it just started to just be like, hold on, you know, we don't believe in gender, but we need a female president. You're like, huh? And then it's like, my body, my choice. Unless it's a baby that needs a vaccine for hepatitis B, which comes from butt sex. Like, what do you, right?
And sharing needles.
And sharing needles. And then, you know, we believe in climate change and sea is rising, but we live on the coast. Like, would you buy a house on the beach if you truly believed that the seas, you know, we...
Oh, it's so good. It's so good, dude. Like, she could keep going, you know? She just you know, just go even harder, girl. Like, this is her little bit where it's complete non sequiturs, but because they kind of have the similar wording, she can pull one over on dumbasses. That's how this works comedically, right? So you could keep going. You say aliens don't exist, but you keep on letting them in our borders. Haha! Rogan would have loved that one. Or you say don't huff glue, but you read the Huff Post. Yeah, you know? Like, this is, you feel that? It's comedic in its construction. In its execution and intention, it is not. It is just right-wing talking points at this late stage. At this late, you know, a Supreme Court is hearing whether they're going to ban trans athletes stage. At this stage of Mark Maron read all your asses to filth very, very recently. Like, you've all gotten what you wish for, all the MAGA, free speech, anti-woke comics, and now she's still like, let's do it. You know? You say you don't believe in gender, but we need a female president? Why would you move to the coast if you believe in climate? Like, what's wrong with your brain? And let me just say, a year ago, I haven't even talked about the LA wildfires, and I won't, but a year ago, Whitney Cummings was in her car driving through the Pacific Palisades trying to find homeless people to blame for starting the fire. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Like some other progressives. But like, for real, she was doing this. I think she brought a knife or like a guitar. She had like a sword. Or I think she, like, my girl lost her mind. And look, postpartum is rough, okay? I could get real mean with this because there are some fun details about, her having just a fan's baby, which is great. You know, look, have a fan's baby, that's fine. But what I'm saying is, like, postpartum really does. I mean, look at Candace Owens. Girl lost her mind. She's like seeing Israel everywhere. It's like, I think you need to see your kid once in a while. But same with Whitney Cummings. And remember Whitney Cummings?
She had a fan's baby. Her baby's father remains publicly unknown, as she previously suggested she'd have a child with a younger partner without necessarily marrying, leading to this outcome. So she's making jokes. It's Gordon Ramsay. It's Tim Dillon. But I think Francesca knows a little something from her comedy pals. That's fucking funny, bro.
New Year's 2024, she's on CNN saying all the things I'm not allowed to say. And she's like, Kamala Harris was pushed on us so hard, you would have thought she was the Pfizer vaccine. Like, she's full-blown anti-vax psycho. Anyway, it's amazing. It's amazing how few, every time you're like, I like that there's a woman in comedy who's like successful, and then they're either this or a raging Zionist. We don't have a lot of them. We don't have a lot of them. Let's hope Nikki Glazer is against genocide. What's going on, Frantifa? If you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right now. Hit that button.
let's hope.
And also, you can
'Cause
become
I
a
don't know,
patron
man.
and support the show every single
name
week.
like Glazer,
Get
you
access
don't
to
know.
bonus episodes and exclusive merchandise.
She also just might be just smart enough to not talk about it. But you know what, folks? First of all, go check out my A$AP Rocky reaction. First time listening to his albums. I listened to his whole album that came out today. And you know what? I think we're going to do a little bit. Not exactly a raid. Because I can't. Oh, I want to watch Screw. But yeah, we're gonna post this in the chat, and I want you all to go up in there and say what up.
So now you've got people responding by saying that
You big as a hippopotamus? Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate that. Go say what up to my boy Pep.
everyone saying that you shouldn't still be able to create this material based on your global zip code, especially since right now it's not exactly clear where it'll be blocked. And there you had reporters at The Verge testing it out and saying it's still easy to get Grok to edit photographs of real people into sexualized poses despite X's updated restriction. And this is you people saying it appears that these rules only exist when using Grok on the X app and that on the Grok standalone app restrictions don't apply. But still, what you've seen is that some have applauded this step forward, with British regulators saying that this is a welcome development.
Go say what up to my boy Pep.
Ongoing. And you've also had Elon Musk defending the tool yesterday.
And I will check y'all next time. Alright?
Saying,
Maybe sometime this weekend, maybe sometime next week, but definitely Tuesday on this space.